I rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who be caught up in using what I was called with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena on. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcasted like hey ya.
Yeah, it's your main man, Uncle Freezy, the #1 chief rocker in Knicks universe. Join me and the man that's so smooth he does not require a chaser, Anthony D. Sunday mornings at 11 a.m. for old school Knicks. Come join the party.
Never really noticed what you want.
Yo, get your week started off on the right foot. Check out New School Knicks Sunday mornings at 9 a.m. Come in, enjoy having that Knicks talk the way that you love to have that Knicks talk to you. Join your host, Mr. Rivera, Greeny from LI, the People's Champ, King Ant G, Sunday mornings at 9 a.m., New School Knicks. Yeah. Yo, party people in the place to be, what's good? It's the #1 chief rocker in Knicks universe, your main man's Uncle Freezy. And welcome to the Knicks at Night podcast. Y'all want this party started right. Y'all want this party started quickly, right? Let's get that energy up, man. Throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. And if you got some lube and a stick of juicy fruit, somebody say, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Scream. Y'all know what it is. It's blue tears, orange tears, blue orange tears in the building. Bim, bim, bim. Y'all know what it is. I'm gonna rock for a few minutes. I have some thoughts and things that I want to share with y'all. And we're gonna have everybody coming through rocking with us in a little while. Probably get a little chaotic later on. But I just want to share some thoughts with y'all. So first of all, to the members of the channel and the Patreons, again, thank you. Got a joint coming y'all way probably in about less than 30 minutes, something just for y'all. So thank y'all for supporting the channel, right? What are we looking at? Right? If you're a Knicks fan right now, what is it? What is it that we're looking at? And I can't figure it out. Kenny Payne is in the building. T. Smith was good. The vegan is in the building. What's good? It's good to see y'all. I'm glad to have y'all here with me. I gotta share. I want to go through this. It's not really a mental exercise, more of an emotional exercise with y'all. I want to. I thought it was mental because I want to get y'all feedback, but I want to share my emotions with y'all about this Knicks team real quick and get y'all feedback on it. Because as a Knicks fan, right now, I don't know what to think about this team. Right? I don't know what to think about this team. And with that said, with that said, I'm not knocking one entity or the other. I just want to keep it a buck. I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all. Right? What is it that we're looking at? Are we looking at a very good defensive coach that coaches at a high level, right? Two-time coach of the year in a 10-year career. He's won coach of the year 2 times in 10 years, right? What are we looking at? Smutto. What's good? What's good? Are we looking at a 2-time coach of the year, defensive-minded coach that coached not only the most improved player and the league MVP once? Are we looking at that? Or are we looking at a old, outdated coach that's stuck in his ways? Are we looking at an old, outdated coach that's stuck in his ways that can't adjust to today's game? Does this coach have a clue on how today's NBA game is played? Is he bogging down the organization with old, inundated ways that used to work 20 years ago? Or are we looking at a very, very, very good coach that has proven when given talent, he can take his teams to another level, right? What am I seeing with Tom Thibodeau? Right? Now, with that said, what am I looking at with this roster? Is RJ Barrett a future All-Star? Is RJ Barrett a future All-Star? Is RJ Barrett a young up-and-comer that's preparing to take this league by storm? Is RJ Barrett the rock-steady influence that this organization has needed for decades? Is RJ Barrett the golden child? Is RJ Barrett the future of New York Knicks basketball? Is RJ Barrett the one piece that we have been missing for the last 3 decades or so? Is RJ Barrett the stone that the builder refused? And after he finished building his building, he was missing one piece and went back to the trash heap and found that one piece that he originally threw away, and it was a perfect fit. Is RJ Barrett that guy? Or is RJ Barrett trash? What is it that I'm looking at? What is it that I'm looking at with RJ Barrett? What is it that I'm looking at with Obi Toppin? Is Obi Toppin the prototype for today's NBA player? Obi Toppin is a 6'9.5", tremendous athlete, excellent passer, decent shooter, very good team player, very unselfish, or is Obi Toppin a draft bust that can't defend and is a fraidy cat? What is it that I'm looking at? What is it that I'm looking at? Is Julius Randle an all-time Knick? Is Julius Randle an all-time Knick? Or is Julius Randle a journeyman stealing money from the Knicks? What is it that I'm looking at? What is it that you guys see? Y'all tell me. Yeah, listen, I'm not in a bad emotional place, but I am in a place where I think my heartstrings are being tugged in a lot of different directions. Right? Y'all understand what I'm saying? Like, I'm not an emotional wreck right now. I'm really cool. I'm cool, right? But I do feel like after watching this weekend sums up exactly what we're looking for, right? You have a big lead against the Dallas Mavericks. They come from behind and beat you. The very next day, you play an emotional game against the Cleveland Cavaliers and you beat them from the outset. That sums up this season or these last 2 years. On the one hand, you get this. On the other hand, you get that. That's basically why I'm asking you, what are we looking at? What are we looking at? Are we the team that lost to the Dallas Mavericks, or are the team that beat the Cleveland Cavaliers? Somebody tell me what we're looking at. Right? What do we see? What is Jalen Brunson? Is Jalen Brunson an elite scoring guard that is poised to take this Knicks team to the next level? Or is he a smurf that can't defend, that creates unreasonable mismatches on the defensive end? Y'all tell me. There are a lot of questions. And there are a lot of questions. See, the thing is, if we are the team that lost to the Dallas Mavericks, then why not tear it down and let these young kids play? Right? If we are the team that beat the Cleveland Cavaliers, who's going to be a playoff team, then why not go get reinforcements to help us make a serious playoff run? Right? What is it that we see when we see this front office? Is this front office the front office that went out and signed Jalen Brunson to a reasonable deal? Or is this front office the front office that always gives out bad contracts and then have to go back and undo their mess later on? Y'all tell me. Which is which? What are we looking at? Is this team a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde team? Is this team a Bruce Banner and a Incredible Hulk? I can't figure it out. What is Mitchell Robinson? Is Mitchell Robinson a once every 3 games player? Why is Cam Reddish not playing? Why didn't Cam Reddish play today? And does Cam Reddish not playing directly correlate to us beating the Cavaliers? CAA Mafia says we are bottom of the barrel. Everyone should be expendable to make this team better. Okay. All right. Brunson is a good floor general, but also not a first option. He's a great second guy next to a true star. And we're missing that. Who can lead the offense but can't or shouldn't be the first option. And you know what? And we have a lot of those guys. Randall is in that same boat. RJ is in that same boat. Brunson is in that same boat. So if this is a situation where we don't know what we're looking at, we definitely don't know what we're getting. And if you don't know what you're getting, you don't know what to expect. And if we have all these questions, then we should definitely. Yo, Selly, what's good, boss? If we have all these questions, then someone should start the process of finding answers to all of these questions. And the young guys, Cam, Toppin, Quickly, Grimes, well, I don't think any one of them will be more than a role player, to be honest. And thank you for that honest feedback. H says, we don't have a Curry, Giannis, Jokic, Doncic, Ja, Durant, Bron, AD, and Embiid. We aren't going anywhere anytime soon. Appreciate that. My thing is what are we looking at? See, because vision is one thing, but seeing is not always believing. Sometimes believing is seeing. Y'all feel me? If you believe in something, you'll see it your way. You know how they say seeing is believing? As a Knicks fan, I think right now, believing is seeing, right? We see Obi, but we believe eventually he'll be better or just as good as Jason Tatum if given the opportunity to play. We see RJ Barrett, but we believe in time he'll be Jimmy Butler. If seeing were believing, we'd say RJ Barrett is a poor shooter that plays hard but is limited because of physical limitations. In our case, is seeing believing, or are we believing in what we see? Are we overrating our players, or are we seeing them for who they really are? Because if you feel like we may be overrating our players, then you got to cut Tom Thibodeau some slack. And this is where the conundrum enters. This is where the paradox enters the equation. CAA Mafia says Jimmy was elite on defense since the day he got drafted. RJ will never reach Jimmy status. I'm not going to lie to you. I think I'm in that group. I think I may be in that group that overrates our players. I think I'm in that group that may overrate our players. And why? David, what's good, boss? Salute to the chat. Everybody in the chat. What's good? As Knicks fans and NBA fans, do we overrate certain players based on what we think they will become? I say yes. I say yes. I think we overrate players based on what we think they will become. I think we overrate RJ Barrett. I think we think he'll be Jimmy Butler one day. Right? But I saw offensive players go by RJ Barrett as if he were standing still. RJ Barrett's not a good defender. Wow, that's very complimentary. Your team is that one blockbuster trade away, but the blockbuster has to come not even right now, but either on draft night or next summer. I appreciate those kind words. Sally says RJ Barrett is Kelly Oubre. I think production-wise, athleticism-wise, no, it's not even close. If we're just talking about pure numbers, probably. And Kenny Payne says, aren't you the one who overrated RJ? Me? No, I called RJ Barrett the golden child and the future of New York Knicks basketball. I never said that RJ Barrett was better than Steph Curry. I said RJ Barrett is the golden child and the future of New York Knicks basketball. And I believe that to be a fact. Do I believe RJ Barrett is Devin Booker? At the moment, no. RJ Barrett will have to show me something else. And I'm asking you guys to help me solve this conundrum. Help me solve this paradox. What are we looking at? I'm looking at you. If you're looking at me on the screen, I'm looking at you back. Help me solve this paradox. That's right. If you're looking at me, I'm looking at you. Help me solve this emotional paradox. William Turnbull's in the building. I'm sorry for chewing gum, y'all. I'm trying to get off sugar so bad. I have some sugar-free gum. And it's like my sugar replacement, man. I'm struggling, bro. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I'm trying to get back into this weightlifters, this bodybuilders mindset. I'm trying to bring the guns back. Right now, they're just flat and flabby. I'm trying to get back in the weight room and rock up. So y'all pardon me for like the smelly salads with onions and olives and all that stuff. Forbes is Phil's in the building. To be honest, I had your team in the 9 to 11 range together with Washington and Chicago before the season, and Brunson averaging 20 and 7. And you really expect more? I don't know. So Smato 83. I've been saying since the beginning of the season that I have no expectations for this season. I don't have any lofty goals, right? Pardon me as I try to find the right way to phrase it. My stance has been whatever happens this season, it happens. Just go along with it, right? And then, just whatever happens, just go with it. And then, but I also thought to myself that if everything goes right, that this team could win 50 games. I also thought that if everything went absolutely right, this team could win 50 games. And it's still early. Adam, what's good, Adam? Adam is here in the building. What's good? Kenny Payne says, I got a trainer for you. Drew gonna be needing new clients. You think I didn't catch that? I know RJ Barrett's about to fire him. You think I don't know who you're talking about? So what is it that we're looking at? Are we looking at a terrible team only because they can't shoot? Or are we looking at a team that is being handcuffed by a coach that has old school ways? I don't know. Therein lies the conundrum, right? Therein lies the conundrum. Which one is which? I'm always multitasking, y'all. I'm sorry. So I'm trying to do two things at once. I'm always multitasking. I don't want to say that the roster is bad if we say the coach is bad. So if the coach is bad and the roster is bad at the same time, then maybe one is handcuffing the other. And I also don't want to say that the front office has nothing to do with it. I think the front office has everything to do with it. And CAA Mafia says the teams under us have at least one young potential all-star. We don't even have that. Right. Right. We are in what they call purgatory. We are in what they call purgatory. And and it's a tough place to be. And who wants to be in purgatory? Who wants to be mid, right? Who wants to be a pair of Levi's? Who wants to be vanilla ice cream, right? Who wants to be considered a ham sandwich? Nobody. Everybody that tries at something wants to be appreciated for their talents, but this team is in such a way that we don't know what it is that this team is. And as fans, we don't know what we're looking at. And look, I ain't even gonna lie to you. Friday night, I'll go see go see the Knicks in person, right? I'll go see the Knicks in person. And this will be my first time going to a game all year because of a number of personal things. But y'all know I like to support. Man Child is in the building. I'll get to go see this team in person and get to see their mannerisms and get to see close-ups and stuff. And they'll get to see me. The Knicks roster, they'll get to see Uncle Freezy. I get to go see them Friday. But in between now and Friday, we play the Atlanta Hawks. The Atlanta Hawks have two dynamic guards. And I believe at the moment, let me see. Let me double check. I think the Hawks are in a good position. Let me see. Give me a second. Go to standings. The Atlanta Hawks are 13-10. They are fourth in the Eastern Conference. We beat the Cavaliers, who are third in the Eastern Conference. So we should have a shot against the Hawks. But will we? Because yesterday we played down to the Dallas Mavericks, and the Dallas Mavericks earned that win, man. They beat us. Right? Want to give credit to Dallas. At the same time, tonight we come out and we beat the Cavs. Does that mean Dallas is a very good team? Probably. You know? But what is it that we're looking at? I mean, I don't know. I have a bunch of questions, right? Let me see something here. Let me do this. Let me do that. Let me do that. Oh, there y'all go right there. Let me do this. William Turnbull says trade out bums and get a superstar like we should have this summer. Okay. Okay. I'm going to try to figure out what we are. We won tonight. And I shouldn't sound so solemn, but I do believe this Knicks team should have beat the Cavs. Hey, what's good, coach? I do believe that the Knicks should have beat this Cavs team by 30, and we only allowed them to hang around because we couldn't shoot. And that's my deal with the Knicks. Coach, how you feeling? You are muted. Yeah, we can't hear you. Adam, what's good, boss?
What's good, Uncle Fruzy? Salute to the panel, to the chat. Salute, Coach. We can't hear you, Coach.
Hey, coach, you don't have any volume. This may be the first time ever somebody had Coach quiet. So, Adam, we did the game recap already, right? We did the game recap.
Right.
We did it here, then we did it on Greeny's channel. But I want to ask you, what do you see when you see this team?
I still see a lot of struggles with offense and defense. This team still needs a lot of work to work together as a team, cohesive group. They need to. I basically
Dre, what's
feel
good,
that they
bro?
need to do lots of practice on working together as a team.
Okay.
That's what I see. The front office has a lot to do with this team struggling.
Okay.
I agree with you 100%, Freezy, with that.
Dre, what's good, boss?
I'm just chilling. I saw your opening monologue, and I agree with a lot of it.
Okay.
What's
And
good? What's good, Jay?
what's up, Adam? Um,
Test.
I
There we
wanted
go.
to.
There you go.
I wanted to. Well, were you going into speaking on the Atlanta game, or you wanted to just keep it on that topic from before?
Yeah, let me get some answers from you and Coach, and then
Okay.
because the Atlanta game is Wednesday, bro.
Yeah.
We got Monday, Tuesday,
Oh,
Wednesday.
damn! We really have 2-3 days. Wow.
Yeah, we got plenty of time to talk about Atlanta, right? So Mac So Icy is in the building. It's good to see you again, Mac Million. But I want to ask you and Coach, and just one at a time. Don't try to finesse me with like intellectual thoughts and things of that sort. Like don't try to outfox me or whatever. And I'm not saying that because I feel like I'm the foxiest. What I'm saying is I just want to get you. I want y'all to peel back what y'all see and just be honest when you answer the question. What is it that you see when you see the coaching staff, when you see these players, when you see the front office? Be honest with me. Tell me what it is that you honestly see when you look at the three separate entities. And then if there's a specific player, tell me what you see about them.
That's pretty broad. Like, what do you mean? What do I see about them?
Okay.
Like,
Let me
I
give you an
want to.
example.
Okay.
When you see Tom Thibodeau, do you see a two-time coach of the year, a guy that groomed and helped stars become stars in the league, right? Or do you see an old, outdated coach using old, outdated principles that may be in over his head?
Yeah, I see the latter.
Okay, that's what I'm asking you. Like, What do you see when you see Tibbs?
I see a guy that is outdated. Well, the strength he has strengths that like where he increases like he preaches discipline and structure, but a lot of the principles don't apply to the modern game. So what you end up with in the long run is like a bunch of guys that play like it's still the '90s with skill sets that are much more beyond that, but they're being under wraps with exceptions because he picks favorites. He likes to say it's a meritocracy, but we all know certain players get to do certain things on the court for Tibbs, and if you don't abide, you're sitting on the bench, which isn't fair, and a lot of coaches don't operate that way. Meritocracies exist for a reason, but you have to have some balance. And what I see from this front office is a lot of grifters, a lot of guys that don't know basketball. They're masquerading as such, and then they have multiple opinions clashing amongst each other for what they think good basketball teams should be, which is why we have so many conflicting and mismatched parts on this team, and then they abuse nepotism as well. Like if there was a unified, or if there was like a lot more teamwork within the front office with a better vision, this roster would not look like it does today. This roster would not have so little athletes, it would not have so little shooters.
Okay.
It would just be a roster that makes sense, or you would see the vision. Like, but we don't. Me and you, like me, you, coach. Do you actually see the vision of this roster? Like, what are we supposed to be competing for? Like, what are we doing exactly?
Yeah, well, I see. Well, let's start from the top down because that's how the saying ish rolls downhill.
Right.
So it, at the top, they didn't construct and bring in the right pieces that fit together as a whole. Okay, that's number one.
Okay.
Number two, the guy that they have coordinating that original mess of the wrong group is the wrong group. I mean, it's the wrong guy to make this group work.
Okay.
And the third piece is because of part one and part two, the third part, the players can't be the best versions of themselves and produce at their maximum capacity because of the first two problems. So
Okay.
in the end, we really don't know the value of this team
So
because
you don't know what you're looking at, basically.
I don't, and I don't think they know what they're looking at. For easy to be honest with you,
Right. It's one of those things, Coach. Go ahead, Coach. I'm sorry.
no, you go ahead. I was just breathing
It's
out.
one of those things. To your point. To your point, and I know you did said it just to be contrite, just so that I know you could have gotten your bag about this and talked to it for about 30 or 40 minutes, because all your points, like your broad overview of it, has like these niche things in it that I could follow along in order. And so I appreciate the contrition.
Mm-hmm.
Tonight we'll probably try to keep the panel a little smaller, right, so that we can get into those imprints that you alluded to, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So if you do start out at the top down, right? What I would like to say is this: when I look at that front office, I can't get I can't process what it mentally. I can't process the team identity. Right.
Right. Mm-hmm.
We say a lot of stuff. We say develop the youth. Tibbs says he wants to shoot the three a lot more. Right. The front office says they want to make the playoffs. Right. We want to develop the youth. Right. All these different things we say, they're not mixed messages. Excuse me. They're the opposite They're diverging messages going in all different directions.
Right.
And that's why it's hard to follow. See, with mixed messages, you get all the messages together, and it's like a pile of messages, right? What we're getting from the front office is diverging messages going in a lot of different ways. You chase down this message, another message is going that way. Now that message, you forgot that you heard it, right?
Yep.
And what I'm saying to that is, we watched Leon Rose in the same offseason interview say we want to make the playoffs and develop the youth at the same time, in the same sit-down interview. And if you're an experienced basketball man like myself, you don't see 22-year-olds leading teams deep into the playoffs. Now, if you break down what he said he just wants to make the playoffs, right? That's the goal. So if you're in the play-in, that's the goal for this team, just to play in. Why is the play-in good enough, Coach?
Well, in the grand scheme of things, it's not good enough. But for the roster we have and they've constructed, that's what we're gonna have to deal with. And now is that their backup plan? Is that like a backup plan, like for them? Like, since they didn't get the big pieces in the offseason they hope to get, that now they're just saying, well, we want to make the playoffs.
Right.
So would they be giving out a different message if we got other pieces? Like, in the end, I don't think that's what they want. More than that. I mean, that's what we all want.
Right.
But the only credit I'll give them on is at least they're realistic about what their limits are,
right.
Because that's the most we can be, is making the playoffs. Like, he didn't say anything about winning the championship.
Because if you went any bigger than that, he would be on a lava seat.
Is. Yeah.
Like, his seat would be in the middle of a volcano if he went any bigger than that.
Right. What's up, Coach?
What's up? How's everybody doing?
Andrew.
And I was gonna say, what was I gonna say? It's not fair. It's not fair to the fans to send these messages back and forth and then expect us to eat it all up. Like, Leon Rose has had multiple scripted interviews where Alan Hahn or Mike Breen gives him softball questions where it's clearly scripted. It doesn't even feel like he wrote these messages. Like, he just had someone write it down for him.
Right.
Just to say things that are like buzzwords that are good, that some people, the casual fan, would take in on a surface level and understand, oh, this is all good. It all sounds really good.
Right.
But if you understand basketball, you can't do all of these things and maintain a functional organization with a functional goal that's realistic. And like, I don't even think we might not even make the play-in trying to do all of these things that he's trying to talk about. Like,
hey, let me just say this just real quick. Hey, y'all. So I want to kind of get into a bag tonight. So what I'm going to ask is just stay on topic, right? Tonight, okay. Just stay on topic, man. I know you guys will probably have some questions for some other stuff, man. We got 3 days in between now and the time we play Atlanta. We got plenty of time to go off on like go down rabbit trails and stuff tonight. I kind of want to stay on a certain thing that I feel like that we don't necessarily address, and I also want to pick the brain of Coach and Dre, because we've been trying to get to a conversation for maybe 3 or 4 months or so, but since we have so many people in the panel, sometimes we get set adrift on memory bliss, and instead of saying how about them Cowboys? But yeah,
how about them Cowboys?
That's the only way I'll get off topic a bit. I apologize.
Right, but But yeah, I've been trying to get to a point with Dre and Coach. I've been trying to pick their brain, trying to get to the intellectual place that helps us um that helps us get past the tugging on our heartstrings. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'll give you an example. Tonight, Quentin Grimes may have played offensively like trash, but tonight his defense was really good, right?
Facts.
And that's 2 days in a row, right?
Mhm.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. When you're a Knicks team struggling offensively, how many defensive specialists do you really need? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
When you're struggling for, and tonight the Knicks struggle for offense. Like the league average for points this year is 110. We scored 92.
Yep.
Right. And I understand Cleveland is a great defensive team, and Dre pointed that out several times, and he was right to do so. But at some point, when you consider being held 18 points below the league average, that's beyond a team being a great defensive team. You're struggling for offense too. You know what I'm saying? Maybe if we split the difference, maybe if they hold us, we could split the difference on that. But Coach, what I was wanting to talk to you about, the
Mhm.
point of what are we looking at? Are you, Coach, are you overrating the job that this front office has done? And I'm not putting you on trial, because as Knicks fans, we want to assume the best. We want to be positive thinkers, right? We don't always want to be negative, right?
Right.
But are you, Coach, overrating the job that this front office has done?
Well, I'm not saying that the job the front office has done was good to overrate it. Do you mean overrating it and giving it too much credit on how bad it is? You mean?
No. I mean, so in the overrating of the front office, are we giving them a pass? Right? Are we blaming the coach too much? Are we blaming the players too much? Or is this blame solely on the front office for putting what some might assume is a mess together?
Yeah. Well, in the three tiers of faults, the players are the least problem.
Okay.
That to me, like this is the least their fault. The number one fault of all this is the front office, because they're the one that hired the guy to coach the guys they picked up. So in essence, they failed Tibbs too, because they know what Tibbs is. They know what his strengths are, his weaknesses. So if he's not the right guy to develop a bunch of young guys, and not raise the ceiling and just raise the floor, then they failed. So in essence,
They failed who though, Coach?
huh?
They failed who?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They failed.
They failed who though? Who did they let down?
The fans,
Okay.
the organization. They let down Tibbs too. But honestly, because they set him up to fail as well. Now, with that being said, you can't bring home. This is an analogy. You can't bring home a wild tiger and not expect to get bit.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? So you brought in a dude to do something. You know what he's going to do. Then give him pieces that he needs to succeed. If not, get someone else to develop. If you want to play young team and compete while you're having a young team, bring in a coach that's good at that. You know what I'm saying? So in the end, for me, now the only thing I will give the front office credit for, there are a couple of pretty good little pieces here that have talent. Are they the right talent to mix together for the scheme we're doing?
Okay.
That's still an incomplete grade. But I think there's enough baseline pieces here and young guys that if we brought in a couple of other big hits, like we can do a little something.
Okay.
So yeah. So in the end, like I said, no, Like, am I overrating them? They're the problem, first and foremost.
Okay. Okay. Dre, what do you think, Dre?
Did they fail? Like, did they fail? If you want me to answer that question,
No,
or
not what coach said. I want you to I want your own independent take of the front office. Did
uh,
did are we overrating the front office?
initially, I want to say initially with the moves that they made, they were overrated, and I include myself. Like, I overrated some of the moves that they made,
Okay.
and like as far as like rating some of the contracts where they might be viewed as allegedly team friendly, but the years and trying to like jump the gun, like preemptively giving out deals when they didn't have to, like with regards to Randall or even RJ to a lesser extent. It it was kind of like we got sold a bag of bad goods, and now we're holding the bag, and it seems really hard for us to pivot up out of this because the front office has shown ineptitude as far as knowing how to pivot out of a bad situation. The the best thing that we've ever done as far as pivoting is getting rid of a bunch of second rounders, which I really wouldn't have liked to do. I wouldn't have liked to do that just to throw away second rounders because we gave out bad contracts.
Right.
It's just like we do so many individual moves that are pretty aimless that it
Right.
makes it hard to see what the real true direction is. And I feel like we do so much within the front office to make multiple people happy, to make Tibbs happy, to make World Wide West happy, to make Leon Rose happy. It's like corrupting whatever vision it is for a successful team going anywhere. And I feel like they hired Tibbs because this is Tibbs' dream job. So regardless of what rosters put out there, he's gonna want to do it no matter what.
Right.
Like Tibbs was going to take this job no matter what, and especially how he came out of the Minnesota ordeal and how he got basically got ran out of the Bulls. It was like this was like his last hurrah pet project. Like this is the last thing he wanted to do, and I feel like
Okay.
we have no real direction, and I feel like we did overrate it as a fan base. We did overrate this front office, but we're slowly coming around to seeing that like they're all just
But
grifters, like all of them.
yeah, you want to know why they're overrated as well is because it's their fault. They're viewed like that because they sold us on it.
Okay.
They sold us on. They remind me of like the used car salesman situation. And I don't know, I'm full of analogies tonight. It's like they package this thing up like, hey man, look what I got y'all. I got y'all a box of chocolates.
Right.
Look at this shiny box of chocolates.
Right.
And then you open it up and it's like the orange cream and the coconut cream and all the nasty ones. There's only about 2 or 3 that you like.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's what it's like. It's like they give it to this.
It's only one milk chocolate with the
it's like one milk chocolate there.
Yeah.
It's only one peanut butter cup, even though it's the ghetto peanut butter cup, it ain't like a real one.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? That's what it's like. It really is. Like, who really likes a box of chocolates? It's never really good. It's only about 1 or 2 things you like in there, and the rest are like you break them open. Oh, I don't like that one.
Yeah.
And that's what the Knicks are like, bro. That's how the front office presents this product to the Knicks. Look how shiny and gold and nice this is, guys. It's pretty good. It's a box of chocolates. It's candy.
Right.
Like,
Hey,
why would you complain about it? It's candy.
Yeah.
Right. Basically, let me get G Money and Coach Z involved a little bit here just to see what they think. To see what they think. Hey, G Money, so what do you see when you look at our front office? Like for example, do you see smart, competent individuals in full control of the situation? Or do you see a bunch of executives scrambling around trying to patch holes, hoping that the owner won't fire them before they get it right?
I say really more the second one. They haven't really made that much Big moves. I said even the second one. That didn't mean that much big moves. I mean, drafting Obi over Halliburton was kind of dumb. Letting go of Reggie Bullock, and bringing in Kemba and Fournier, who are not good defensive pieces. That was kind of insane to the membrane. Also, the fact that and also the fact that I feel when I hear Leon Rose talk, I don't think he knows the game of basketball much. So I think it's really more the second answer. Trying to pretty much save their jobs and all that, rather than doing what's right for the team.
And again, I don't want to. And for those listening, I'm not trying to lead these guys into, say, answering my question per se. I'm merely merely
God bless
giving an example of for them to kind of get into their bag. Coach Z, what do you think? What do you see when you see this front office, bro?
I mean, I see a lot of overhype and they overhyped themselves. Like they hired a guy that's supposed to be a capologist, but then we give RJ, we don't let RJ Barrett. The smart thing would have been to let RJ Barrett enter restricted free agency because I don't think anybody was offering him the money that we paid him. Would you agree with that?
Right.
Yeah.
You mean keeping the option open?
Right, because let's say someone offered him like 4 years, $90 million or something, and we could have matched that instead of having to pay more. Or Randall, we could have took his team option and said do it again instead of giving him. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of other things. Brunson, I don't hate the Brunson move. He's probably our best complete offensive player right now.
Agreed.
But why do we have a capologist when we have average three? I don't even call him a big three, an average three.
Right.
That's taking up all our salary cap. Also, all you guys have been saying, you guys have been making great points as far as how are you supposed to completely put the blame on the players or the Tibbs when Tibbs and the players aren't a good match.
Right.
And you hype up all these players and you don't give the players the coach they need and you don't give the coach the players he needs. So it's just, and that goes back to Leon Rose he's supposed to know Obi like that. He's supposed to know Tibbs in his basketball mind. He's supposed to know okay, I've known Tibbs for a long time. I've been to his agent through his career. What players does he need? Because I've seen him have success and I've seen him fail. How do we build a team around him? It's been a failure through and through so far, but I don't even know where to go from here as far as who to get rid of, they made a mess, man.
Right. Adam, you want to jump in here? You got something to say about this, Adam?
What was the question?
Yeah. Hey, what do you see when you see this front office?
I don't see nothing in this front office. They're not doing the things that they need to do to make this team a better team.
Okay.
The front office. I think the front office needs to be changed.
What I see without getting nerdy, Coach. What I see without getting nerdy, right, is I see a bunch of smart people in over their head and overwhelmed.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That's what I see when I see the front. There's no doubt in my mind that these people are very, very, very intelligent and experienced.
Right.
However, I think the fact that this is so this is what you call the Knicks anomaly. This is the Knicks oddity, right? This is the Knicks enigma. This is the ambiguous Knicks dilemma that has existed for years. This is the Knicks mystery. This is the Knicks puzzle, right? Because there have been plenty of people that have taken this job that are fairly smart, numerous degrees, numerous levels of experience, very, very, very good networking people that take this job and they get here and they look like Inspector Clouseau from Pink Panther, right? And so what I'm getting at is I don't think these people are not capable of doing everyday stuff. It's just that the Knicks mystery is one that is hard to solve. And if it is an ambiguous mystery outlined with absurdities, right? If it's that anomaly or the enigma, why not just tear it down and start from scratch? Right? Why try to solve the problem when you could just get rid of the problem? You feel me? Like for instance, I'll give you an example. Years ago, there used to be these people called ghost hunters, right? They would go into a haunted house and see if they can find signs of poltergeist,
Right.
so to speak, right?
Right.
And so they would go in at night when the ghosts sleep during the day. It's so crazy. Ghosts sleep during the daytime, right? And so they would go into these places and try to figure it out because the house would be so nice that you don't want people not to buy the house because ghosts live there, right?
Right.
And then somebody said, yo, you know what? How about we not spend $400,000 on ghost hunters to figure this house out? How about we just tear the house down, take that $400,000 and build a new house?
Right.
And listen, I know people will say, well, why would you tear it down? Because what's more absurd than paying $400,000 to people so that they can chase ghosts? Right? Because G Money, if you find the ghost, what are you going to do with it?
True. If you find the ghost, you probably try. If you find the ghost, if you find the ghost, you try to get rid of it though. You capture it.
But that will cost you more money, right?
Big
So
time price.
so here's the thing: why not just tear the house down and just build a new one?
True.
That's what I'm saying with this organization. If this organization is, and this is my opinion, and I'm not trying to tell Dre to say what I want him to say. I want Dre to say his own stuff, right? But Dre, if these executives are in over their head, if they feel overwhelmed, why not just start all over from scratch, bro?
I'm not even sure. Are they over their head, or are they trying to do too much? Well, that would imply being in over the head. But I feel like they're all trying to like appease one another and try to give each other a little bit of what, like, for instance, we kept getting these Kentucky guys because of the World Wide West influence. We keep getting these Leon West guys because of CAA influence. We keep getting these Chicago Bulls guys because of the Tom Thibodeau influence. Like, we keep trying to appease to like what each person wants, and it's not a singular direction, so it's just going all over the place, and you're not going to get consistency because we don't have an identity or singular focus or like a direction that we're picking. So we're just getting like for instance, even signing Brunson is not a terrible signing. But the roster construction and the direction that we're going in doesn't make sense to even get Brunson. Like, it doesn't make any sense. But we do it because of a lot of the Tibbs ties with Brunson and his father.
Right.
The CAA ties. Even drafting Obi Toppin makes no sense unless you were planning to get rid of Randall. But we brought Randall back. So what was the purpose of doing it? It's just a bunch of aimless moves that don't make sense, but they make sense for the person that wants it in the organization, but they don't make sense in the greater scheme of building a consistent winner with a direction. So this is why I would burn it all the way down, just start down with one like singular basketball mind with a focus on one direction, because we're literally, it's like an amalgamation. Like we're trying to
what
like
direction,
have.
Ray? What direction? What direction?
I would start over, man,
No, no,
all
no.
the way over.
You start all over, and what direction you going?
Build through the draft and
Build what through the draft, though.
stockpile assets. Well, not assets, but build your talent based through the draft and reset your rookie contracts. And if you find a
We already
guy or
tried that.
two, have we really?
We're doing that now.
Are we?
How many more assets do we need to stockpile? We got 11 draft picks and
Oh no.
our whole team's 25 and under.
Stockpiling. Oh no. I'm saying stockpiling assets of young guys on rookie scale contracts that aren't about to end in a year or two, and that aren't ham sandwiches that aren't late first rounders, that aren't second rounders.
But Dre, you sound like you work for Leon Rose right now. What I'm asking you, Dre, is stockpiling what type of play, what type of team is this?
What type of player?
Yeah, the deal is here's the thing. Here's the thing. Anybody can stockpile whatever. New Orleans is doing it right now. You can stockpile draft picks and young players. But if I ask you what New Orleans is doing, you know what New Orleans fans can say? They are building an athletic team around Zion. That's their direction. When I ask you what the Knicks are doing,
they just acquiring whatever is deemed a quote unquote asset. It doesn't matter the context of said asset. it could be anything. It's a mystery box.
Like for instance, the Golden State Warriors were built right to be an offense first team with a secondary emphasis on defense. Right? That's the way they were built. They were trying to go that way before they drafted Steph Curry. They were trying to draft guys. They were trying to draft scoring machines and then bring defenders in to support the Monte Ellises of the world, right? Go offense. And you know what their history is? When you look at their history with Baron Davis and them, the real We Believe team, the one that knocked off the Mavs, the 1 versus 8.
Yeah.
The We Believe team, they were offense first, defense second. Remember, they were Baron Davis, Steven Jackson, Corey Maggette, Beadrins. Remember that Golden State team?
Yeah.
Matt Barnes.
Matt
Barnes was a defender, though.
Monte Ellis.
Right. But Monte Ellis, but they bought Matt Barnes and those other guys in to be. Matt Barnes wasn't featured on that team.
Yeah, no.
True.
Right? Just a guy.
Matt Barnes was a part of the plan. Go all offense with defense being just as really important, but not important as running up and down the floor, outscoring teams. Right. Because in that era, the Sacramento Kings were good, the Utah Jazz were good, the Dallas Mavericks were good, the Phoenix Suns were good, and that Golden State team with Monte Ellis, Baron Davis, Corey Maggette, they didn't have a Steve Nash, they didn't have a Dirk Nowitzki, so they couldn't. You're not going to stop those guys defensively, so you may as well try and outscore them, right? And they continue to build Anthony Randolph, Marco Bellinelli, all those picks. They were trying to go the future of the game with offense, and they messed around.
Nelson.
Right. And they messed around, and Steph Curry fell into their lap. Right.
And you know what they did? I don't want to cut you off. You got it right. I know where you're going. I know where you're going, Freezy.
So what I'm asking you is, what are the Knicks doing?
What was that Curry pick? What number pick was
7?
7.
And but you know what they did? The Warriors actually made a tough decision. They said, we're going to pick one guy, and then we're going to head in that direction with that one guy. They made the decision between they made the decision between Curry and Monte Ellis. They really did.
Didn't know he was that one guy. Come on, man.
They saw enough.
Is Curry
no.
Obi Toppin didn't in the same 7 or 8 picks.
No, I'm not comparing Obi Toppin. No, that's not my comparison. No. I'm saying tough decisions in general. I'm not comparing Obi and Randall in that dynamic at all. I'm saying they weren't afraid to make the tough decision of moving away from whatever star it is that they had and pick a direction. They saw enough in Curry to make that decision easier. But we're afraid to make any type of decision to reset our rookie scale wages,
Okay.
to realize this
also-
RJ and Randall thing doesn't work.
And also,
We're
Lloyd
scared to
Manelli
do
has
those
a point.
things.
Hold on. Let him finish. Let him finish.
We're scared to do those things, and we're trying to tread water until we luck into some superstar that we can trade for miraculously. That's what Leon Rose and the Grifters are doing at this point.
Oh, okay.
That's what it
go
looks
ahead,
like.
G-Money.
And also, Lloyd Manelli has a point. Steph Curry also at that time was kind of injury prone, kind of is now. And also at the time, Lloyd Manelli said that Steph Curry was also injured. It's always dealt with ankle injuries.
Right. And Dre, just for the record, because I know Coach want to jump in. Coach, we want to hear your thought on this. But Dre, also, the Golden State Warriors traded Steph Curry to the Milwaukee Bucks for Andrew Bogut. And then the trade was rescinded because the Bucks saw Steph Curry's medical history and told them no, they were not going to give up. They were not going to give up Andrew Bogut for an injury-prone player, and that's how Monte Ellis got to be in Milwaukee Buck and Steph Curry, and the rest is history.
Mm-hmm.
Got to get lucky because same thing for Klay Thompson. They almost traded Klay.
For
Kevin Love.
Kevin Love, yeah.
They also made the tough decision to move on from David Lee, at least in a starting role, and bring Draymond into the starting role, winning championships.
Yep. And
yeah, but it's not that it's a tough. But see, you guys are talking like it was a tough decision. Draymond earned that.
Right.
Yeah, but it was still a tough decision. David Lee was an all-star
and a veteran. Yeah.
And
I understand.
Draymond needed to prove himself.
Tough decision.
But let Coach.
But we haven't put ourselves in like. See, here's the thing, we are so quick to praise other organizations because they got Klay at the 11th pick, they got Dre in the second round, the 50th something pick. I mean, you guys are acting like they were in the top 5 picks and they did their due diligence and got the right guy. They just got guys that hit. That's what it comes down to. And we're not,
Coach, you pointed
this
the finger.
front office hasn't been hitting.
Coach, you pointed the finger. Who said that? You said you guys are acting like, who said that?
Well, Z and Dre, who just spoke on, we made a hard decision to move on from someone. Like the only decision we haven't made with that was not moving on from Randall when we brought in Obi Toppin.
Okay.
But the rest of it, no one else was worthy of making that hard decision for. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But my thing is the hard decision is seeing something that doesn't work or function for 3 years and you just let it keep going. Like this RJ Randall thing never worked. It's never going to work. But we keep bashing our head into a wall trying to force these pieces that don't work together instead of just cutting the losses and figuring it out after that.
Yeah, well,
that's a tough decision.
Coach,
that is a tough decision.
You hit the nail on the head.
That's what.
Go ahead. Sorry,
Coach. That's what literally Mark Jackson forced David Lee to stay in that position and wouldn't make a decision. Steve Kerr comes in, makes the move, and they get better from it. So what he's saying is, we've been bashing our head against the wall trying to do the same thing and make the same thing fit. Well, maybe it's not going to work. Maybe you need to make a tough decision.
But Coach Z, y'all moved the goalposts on Coach, right? See, because we were talking about front office moves, and y'all moved the goalposts to talk about roster moves.
But I feel like I was going to say I feel like they're related.
Hold on. Yeah. The thing with Steph Curry, Coach. So I say Steph Curry fell in their lap at 7, not because Golden State did anything fortunate, but because they had idiot franchises in front of them making stupid moves. It's like at our fantasy football draft where a guy is clearly the best guy, and the GMs in front of you take a kicker in the first round and a defense in the first round instead of taking, say, Derrick Henry, and then Derrick Henry falls in your lap. You're fortunate.
And all of a sudden you look like a genius because
Right.
he picked him at the 6th pick. Well, what a value.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
because some dummies overvalued some other people first.
Right, but that was my point, Coach. I'm not saying that they're doofuses and they didn't know what they were doing.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is an idiot franchise ahead of them took Hasheem Thabit.
Right.
That's what I'm saying by Golden State.
And a lot of times we're the dummy guys that
Every
reach for
time.
the wrong guy.
Coach. I'm not. Trust me, I'm not bashing any. I respect front offices. These guys, you don't get to these positions by being idiots. You know what I'm saying? Do you agree with everything they do? Probably not, but they have more intel and are closer and network better than the fans are. That's just a part of life that we have to deal with. But the thing I was asking Dre, and I expected Dre, I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I thought you was gonna get in your bag. That's what I wanted you to do, actually. When I asked you,
maybe I misunderstood the question.
And maybe, it's my fault. Maybe I didn't ask the right question, right? You know what I'm saying? I'll take the L for that one, right? But what I'm asking is tearing it down to the studs, or not even to the studs, but burning it to the ground, and starting all over to do what means. What are you gonna do once you do that? When the Phoenix rises from the ashes, we know when we hear that story, the Phoenix, the bird, the warrior bird, goes into the nest and burns itself alive, and it comes out as a thunderbird, right?
Yeah.
Right. That's what happens.
Or we go into a cocoon and we come out as a butterfly. Well, what are we doing in that process?
Right. So if you're going into a cocoon, what are you going to come out of that cocoon as? See, because the caterpillar already has known his whole life he was going to be a butterfly, right?
Got you.
It was just when does the day come for him to make the transformation? So it's like when you burn this thing to the ground, what are you going to come out as a all defense smothering 94 feet team? Are you going to come out as a shot blocking, rebounding best defensive rebounding team, number one defense in the league? Are you going to come out? Are you drafting a whole bunch of shooters? Are you going to try to innovate new offense? You know what I'm saying? So just saying get draft picks don't mean nothing.
Got you. So like, what team identity am I looking at?
Right. Dre, what I'm saying to you is why burn it to the ground, trade for all these draft picks just so you can go into the draft and draft Julius Randle? What was the point? You already had a Julius Randle and it didn't work.
Yeah.
And then
I was gonna say, go ahead, Coach.
No, I'm saying like, and that's the point I was trying to get at. Like for me, because we have a team of a bunch of supporting actors, you know, when you give them a lead role and the movie don't turn out that good because they ain't used to that role.
Right.
They used to being the best supporting actor.
Right.
And when they got that responsibility to not carry the movie, but just do their bag and be remembered for that, for their smaller role, that's the kind of guys we have right now. You know,
or what if we have a guy? Hold on, Coach. What if we have a guy that's like Steven Seagal, where he stars in all movies, but they're all terrible movies, and he doesn't know how to be this. He doesn't know how to be the supporting guy.
Yeah, no.
Well, you fire Steven Seagal, you get rid of Steven Seagal.
Yeah, Steven Seagal's he's in the G League when it comes to acting. First of all,
yeah.
Now I have an interesting question for all of you. Would you rather build this team from scratch through the draft, or would you rather go after talented veterans that are in the NBA?
Well, I was going to answer the question because Freezy basically posed what kind of identity in a team that I would like. Do you want me to still answer that?
Yeah, answer that first question first, and we'll get to that one too.
Okay. Like my whole intention is I need high IQ switchable players. Anybody from 6'7", 6'8", 6'9", that has more than one skill, or 2 out of the 3, pass, dribble, shoot. You have to have at least 2 of those things on the offensive end, and you have to have an IQ on the defensive end. So when I was watching a game the other day. It was the Raptors against the Magic, and you could see two opposite sides of the spectrum as far as development. But you can see they had the same idea of what they wanted to be. And on the court, at any given time, there were 8 players that was taller than anyone on the Knicks in our starting lineup that wasn't Mitch. Like they literally had 6'10", like 4 6'10" guys on in a lineup on the court at the same time at any given time, and they all possessed the ability to either pass, dribble, shoot, and they had a decent enough IQ on the other end. But you could see the embryonic stage for the Magic where you see the talent, but they don't have the seasoning, they don't have it all together. They need the reps, they need the experience. And then on the opposite side, you can see the Raptors have that identity of being extremely switchable, extremely well coached, very disciplined. They play their roles. If they do have a smaller player on the court, they make sure they have a like 3 or 4 6'8" guys right next to them, like Van Vliet, for instance. And they possess the kind of athleticism that we sorely miss on this team. Because on this team, once one guy gets beat, the help is such a mismatch. They can't stay in front of a guy that has the initial breakdown, nor are they good enough or athletic enough to be like a consistent weak side helper. So it's
Dre,
when we have
Dre,
consistent breakdown, it's just like it's
I
a lot.
understand where you're going. I understand where you're
Yes.
going, but listen, the guys
Yeah.
that you're looking for are not littered all over the league, right?
Okay.
You're talking about the guys that are coming out of school they're entering the draft the last 2 to 3 years, like starting maybe at the OB draft and onward. Are you getting those guys like the LaMelo Ball types? Well, LaMelo Ball's not a good defender, right?
Yeah.
But LaMelo Ball is a 6'7" guy that can dribble, pass, and shoot, do a lot of things on offense and defense. Is he a good on-ball defender? No. Is he a good passing lane guy? Yes.
Defender.
Right,
Yeah.
right. So with that said, are you okay with tearing it down to the studs and doing a long-term rebuild, even though you know this may take like 4 years?
Yeah.
Because when you draft them, bro, they ain't gonna be ready. When you draft them, you're gonna have to let them kids develop.
It's either
When you
you
draft them
draft
at
them.
19, when you like for instance, say you get the Thompson twins this year, right? Those dudes are gonna be 20 years old with no experience, and they're gonna need at least 3 years
Yep.
of going out on the floor
Yeah.
and losing.
We're gonna be Detroit and Orlando for a couple of years.
Right. Are Knicks fans gonna be okay with that? No. Because New York Knicks fans yesterday, after losing to the Dallas Mavericks, cried a river.
So you guys
The
responded
thing
to
is,
the question, right?
well, we've been talking about your question, Adam, the whole time.
Yeah.
This is what we've been talking about. I thought.
Right. Yeah.
But the thing is, a lot of Knicks say that. Oh, let's blow the team up. Let's do that every time because that's all they know right now. A lot of fans, that's all they know.
Right.
Because we have been so littered with not a good enough team to compete that it's easy to say, "Oh, blow it up." But then when you do get that situation, you're going to complain the whole time that we're losing.
Right.
So here's the problem: that our roster right now is the perfect example of it's above the player problem because we can't the only thing we could do obviously to not try to win games is if we just don't play Randall and Brunson or like just don't play them at all. That's like a true tank or whatever. But our young guys, we're playing all of them. The problem is our young guys, even though they're not as good as we wish they were, but they're good enough to win games in the NBA once in a while. So we're not bad enough to tank as bad as we want to tank. Some people want to tank. You know what I'm saying? So we're not going to do it right.
Okay.
Because our guys that aren't good enough to win the 3 or 4 seed, they're also too good to be the bottom of the league because our young players are still kind of talented enough to still win some games.
So is that that's a front office thing?
Yeah, because we didn't surround them with the right coach and other players to match everyone's strengths. Like what we needed to do essentially, because first of all, because the first oops was Randall was our consolation prize. I've said this a bunch of times, and then I think they were seriously considering moving on from him when we brought in Obi, but then all of a sudden, Bubble Julius happened, and they're like, oh man, maybe we shouldn't get rid of him. You know what I'm saying? Right. It's like he bought himself some more time. Like, well, maybe we need to pay him or do something. Maybe we gotta, you know what I'm saying? It's like they didn't.
But that's a rookie front office mistake.
Yeah, they backtracked on their original idea.
And coach, that's an excellent point. Can you mind if we exit the ramp right here and just talk to the backtrack thing?
Yeah,
coach, I think they backtrack often.
Yep.
I think they do one thing one year and the next year they backtrack. And you know what the track record of it is? The first real decision they made is they cut Elfrid Payton.
Mm-hmm.
And then you know what they did, coach? They backtracked on it by bringing him back to the same money. So you can't lie to me and tell me that Elfrid Payton was a cost-cutting move when you paid him the exact same money, dollar for dollar, except since you cut him, you can't cut a player twice in the same season because of the collective bargaining agreement. Now my man had a no trade clause where you couldn't even trade him. So that was stupid.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because at least if you'd have just left him alone, you could have at least traded him during that season. You paid him $5 million. Mm-hmm. The original contract said $5 million cash money. The second contract says the $1 million buyout amount plus $4 million. So $1 million plus $4 million is still $5 million cash money.
Yeah. Yeah. And the thing is too, it's like,
did they backtrack on Kemba?
Of course.
Yes, they backtracked on Kemba. They gave Kemba that money, and then as soon as they got the opportunity to, they offloaded him.
Right.
Did they backtrack on Evan Fournier?
Well, yeah.
I think so.
They're about to.
Yeah. Did they backtrack on Nerlens Noel? Of course they did.
Yeah.
They
Alec
Burks. Right.
Tim Hardaway Jr. Well, he was already
right.
That,
what's the kid that they gave the 3 years, $25 million to, non-guaranteed?
Luka Vildoza.
Luka Vildoza. They gave him 3 years, $25 million non-guaranteed, and then cut him at the end of the season. Oh, I'm sorry, cut him going into training camp. Right? What are we doing?
What's crazy is this:
this front office does nothing with conviction.
Well, that's what that's what I was going to say. Like they'll reach on a free agency move. They'll take a chance on a free agency move, but they won't take it. But they won't take those same chances in a trade or a draft pick. Like to what Dre was saying. You know what I'm saying? Like
it's one foot in, one foot out. One foot in, one foot out.
Yeah. Like it's like just go all in, man. Just do it.
Because sometimes, you right, Coach. Sometimes I look at the Bulls situation and I'm like, I'm glad I'm not the Bulls, but they also decided to actually do something, go for something.
At least they made a move with conviction.
It's like,
they drafted players that they felt like fit, and they played those young players, right? The Ios, the Javonte Greens, the Patrick Williams, they played their guys, bro. They get a young guy and they play him, and they play him hard. The Bulls players after the game, the Bulls players like, yo, I wish you would give minutes to somebody else. The Knicks young players are like, they don't even know what role they're in. If you go up to Obi and ask him, hey, what's your role on this team? What is your future with the Knicks?
So I don't know if
I'm the guy that talks to everybody and smiles a lot. That's my role.
Yeah,
right.
No, because Obi don't know if he's playing 25 minutes in one game or 12 minutes.
Right. Right.
He don't have a defined role, so he can't succeed. We have a bunch of players set up to fail,
and that is a tips thing. But I think the front office, Coach, you know, I asked you if we can exit, get on the off ramp to talk to your point about the hokey pokey that the front office does. They put their front left foot in and take their left foot out. They do that often, right? They do this hokey pokey stuff all the time. And what it does is it sends signals to Knicks fans like myself, like, do these people believe in the moves they're making? Right? Because here's the thing. We assume that since Obi is a first round pick, that they believe in him. We assume that. But we don't assume that for Quickly. We don't assume that for other. We don't assume that for Trevor Kills. You ain't seen Trevor Kills all year. You ain't even heard his name, right? But the front office selected him, and we hadn't heard anything. You know what that makes me think? They don't know what they're doing.
It's way too many cooks in the kitchen. So like they have like, it's almost, they have a panel. They legit have a panel, and it's like a checks and balances kind of thing. And they have too many people offering too much input, and it's legitimately scrambling. And when they see something come up on the horizon that doesn't seem right, they quickly snatch their hand back, like, "Oh, maybe we should have done this differently." And then there's probably another guy like, "I told you we should have did this. I told you we should have did that."
Yeah, well,
and that's why they move out
that's
of.
what happens when you have too many voices in the mix, because
in the boardroom.
For that reason you just said, like, there's not that one or two guys that are just like, all right, we're gonna stand by. There's no one there to talk them out of it.
Hey, Coach,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
Coach,
talk. Go ahead.
And Coach, I'm gonna say this to you real quick because I understand your point. So I used to work for a company, and what we used to do is have these committee meetings on Monday. Like, we convene on a Monday, what the plan would be for the week and going forward. And we get in these conference rooms and we'd be yelling and screaming. Coach, one day I threw a mug up against a whiteboard. I thought they was going to send me to jail. I was so mad, right? Because in these meetings, nobody listens to each other because everybody comes to the meeting with their agenda. With all the data that they've compiled, and they want the boss to use their data to make the decision.
Yeah.
But what about me? I have information and data too. I stood up in a meeting, Coach, and my boss at the time, I was about to flip a table. He grabbed me on my wrist. He's Uncle Freezy. And I was like, God dog it. And I stomped towards the end of the conference room. You know how they have the pretty coffee makers lined up in a row where you can just walk into the back. Dre, you know what I'm talking about. How you can pardon yourself, walk to the back of the room.
They got the nice little Keurig over there.
Yeah, in the back where you can make your coffee. They have like bagels in these. They have the bagels in these wicker baskets with the napkins in them and with the little man. I took one of them coffee mugs and I threw it over everybody's head into the whiteboard at the other end of the room. Right, I was so mad. Right, and it was like Uncle Freezy, and then my owner was like, I love his passion. I love his passion. This is what he's saying to me, right? So, but anyway, the thing about these meetings, though, is when you have 11 different departments coming into this room, everybody clamoring for 5 spots. Think about 11 entities, all work their behinds off for 2 weeks. It's only 5 spots, and the decision maker is only going to list the 5 people out of 11. Right? How bad do you want to be in one of those 5 parking spaces, like musical chairs? Right? So what my boss did, because what happened is just like Coach and say a random troll shows up. What happens is, no matter how bad we want to stay on topic, if Coach is upset by the troll, and I'm just using Coach example because I love Coach. Coach is my man. Coach, I love you, bro.
I love you too, bro.
Coach, I love you, bro. I mean that for real. Right? And so what happens is the emotion would never be over. So what he started doing, he scrapped those meetings had everybody email their stuff to him, and he would just read their stuff, and then he would go away. I'm talking about for major decisions, not just, I'm talking about big time deals like acquisitions, right? He'd go away, like he'll take Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday off, right? And he'll come back, and you'll get the email probably Tuesday afternoon after he returned to the office, right? This is the decision I made based on the information that was provided, right? And so what that did is he gathered all the information, went away and thought about it, probably went away to somewhere like Santee or Myrtle Beach or somewhere like that, and worked out there. Yeah. And just took in all the information, him and his admin and his administrative staff, is like 7 of them. They pack up and they do a retreat, and they would just go over the information and do statistics, logistics, all this stuff. Like, if this plan works, does it work logistically? It works informationally. Will it work logistically? You know what I'm saying? Right. Like, say, for instance, I want to give out 10,000 donuts to the elementary school. Man, that's a great idea. I could pay for the donuts. But then we thinking, well, how the hell are we going to get the donuts to the middle school? You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Those are the type things you have to think about. Not just the kids.
Who can take this order? Who can handle this order?
Yeah, all those type of, coach. You know what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
And so I think that's what Leon Rose falls down at. Like, it's basically that conference room scenario where it's like everybody has all this information that they've compiled. Leon Rose gets overwhelmed, listen to the most passionate person. They go down that road. The idea may not be the best idea, and then they have to backtrack.
And then they try to like soft land it where they have one foot in, and in case it doesn't work,
right?
In case this contract doesn't work, it is team friendly,
right?
And then it's not really team friendly, and then we have to give up 2nd round draft picks to get rid of them.
Right. Well, not only is it soft landed, but what the thing is they sell it to the customers, the fans, like, oh, look what we just did.
Right.
And they play it up bigger and better than it really is.
Right.
And they set their own selves up for the fans to be disappointed at them.
Right.
Because we do so many small, minuscule moves over and over. We have to big something up.
It's fine to make those moves. Admit that's the moves you're making. The Knicks fans we're more realistic and smarter than you think. Just tell us you just D'ing around. You just trying to catch lightning in the bottle. We know this isn't the big move y'all want, but we got to make some of these little moves to make a big move later. We got some things in the works, guys. Just tell us that. Don't be playing with us.
Well, Coach, when's the last time you seen Scott Perry talk to the media?
I don't know.
He used to talk to the media when Fizdale was there, but that was when he had a bigger role.
Yeah.
I don't remember what the dude looks like, to be honest with you.
Yeah, right.
He was a slick talking Detroit player, man. He made everything sound real good when Fizdale was there.
He looked like he could be Quentin Grimes' granddaddy. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So, but the point, the thing I'm getting at is when you look at things for the surface. When I asked you, what did this front office look like to you? Do they look like these smart dudes that are in control of everything? Like when you see them, do you have confidence, or do they look like the dudes that know the fire drill is coming? Right? You remember the kids in school that the hall monitors, they knew when the fire drill was coming, and they'd be walking around, they'd be all nervous. I'm like, bro, why you out here chewing gum? Why you got a pad? Why you got a pen and pad? You're like, nah, man, I like chewing gum. The hall monitor chewing gum?
Something about to happen.
Something about to happen. Right. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and here's the thing with them. It's like,
I'll be back on.
Like they think that, like to me, just like what you said, Dre, they're so afraid to make the wrong move that in the end they make too many of them because they're so tentative.
It's like
on some stuff.
Being tentative. Like if it's like driving a car. If you're tentative driving a car, you're gonna put yourself in more risk than anything than doing something with conviction. So it's just like commit to something, do something,
Yeah.
commit to it, stay the course, have your bylines and your rules, and make it all out in the open. The average, like Knicks fans, can understand if you have a plan and you tell us and you lay out what's going to happen. But they like when they try to lay out a plan, it's like 5 or 6 different things that all are happening like concurrently, which don't make sense in the long term for a winning franchise.
Yeah,
It
like
doesn't.
I don't know if anyone here messes with the stock market or investing or whatever. I mean, I don't really either, but it's like that. There's you ain't gonna hit the big time and the big money gambling or even like Powerball or whatever. You got to take the risky moves to hit big. You can play it safe and put your money in all the Walmarts of the world and all the stuff that's like safe, and you know what I'm saying, and you're gonna be okay. You're gonna make okay money, and you know you're not,
It's consistently hedging your bets gets you nowhere,
yeah.
basically.
Like it's just like the analogy I made the other day about if you've anyone that plays blackjack, like we're the kind of blackjack player we are not never in a million years hitting on 16. Never. There ain't no way the dealer could be showing a 5. They could be showing a 6 or whatever, and we ain't never hitting on 16. I'm good. We're good.
It's
We're
like
stay.
it's like if we play on Monopoly and we never build up the hotels, we just keep putting houses everywhere,
Yeah.
little tiny houses. You never build up the hotels because you're afraid of the mortgage, you're afraid of going bankrupt.
We
Just
build up Baltic Avenue instead
exactly.
of Marvin
Just,
Gardens. You know, you gotta put some hotels in Marvin Gardens, bro.
it's just, we just we act like we're scared. And this isn't the identity of New York. New Yorkers are not scared.
Like
You just play everything so safe because we're trying to save something for this magical superstar that's going to show up and save this franchise. Like, come on, man. Pick a
like
direction.
you'll never win Powerball unless you play.
Right.
You got to play the numbers. Play a few numbers. Like there's some people out there, and God bless you for those that do it. Oh, I play my same numbers every week. 3, 7, 26, 28, 32. It's my grandbaby's birthdays and my anniversary, and those are fine. But if you really want a chance to win, you better throw some quick picks in there.
Yeah.
Too.
You better mix it up.
Mix it up, bro.
Yeah, and get more chances, play more times.
Yeah. And honestly, and again, I'm not going to be all doom and gloom about the front office. I will give them credit, whether they're the picks we want or not. They did put their hat in the ring for more picks. We did do that right. I'll give them that. We have a bunch of picks. We ain't done nothing with them yet.
Right. Hey, but coach, you know what though? How about we not just say that part, because some of this stuff, the picks were here when they came into office.
Yeah, that's true.
That those 2 Dallas first round picks, they were already in play.
Yeah, that is true.
You know, now did they take the 2022 pick and trade back? Yeah, they did. But then that 2021 pick they traded back. They traded back and got Quentin Grimes and something.
Ham sandwiches.
Is my voice really low on this right now?
No, you sound good to me. Sound good.
I just got a couple, like someone in the chat was just saying they can't hear me. I need better headphones.
Nah, you dope. I got. Yeah, you dope.
I just want to make sure. Yeah.
I'm just like, and knowing us, we're gonna go all in and like probably try to go after Zach LaVine or something like that, and it's just like Donovan Mitchell was right there, bro. And we're gonna give up the same assets for like a guy that's a little bit older with knee issues, and it's just I don't know, man. Because eventually the Bulls are gonna go fire sale around, which is picking a direction.
And why not? Detroit did it. Indiana did it. Chicago's gonna do it,
Yeah.
right? Why not,
Why can't we? Why can't we do it?
Coach? Why can't we do it, Coach?
Why not us?
The Cavs did it.
Because the league don't care about us.
Oh,
The league cares about the league.
oh.
Like Adam Silver in the NBA would rather start building franchises overseas than have New York succeed. Like
I mean,
they want the world basketball brand.
it's because that New York revenue sharing check gonna hit the same no matter what happens.
Yeah,
No matter what happens, Dre, you're absolutely right.
Like you can only bump up so much. Like you can't get bigger than what we like as far as finances.
We come through like Section 8 housing money, man. No matter what happened, it's gonna come. It's gonna come.
Hit. Everybody
guaranteed
getting paid.
money.
Everybody getting paid.
They got a guaranteed contract with the Knicks every time. They getting at least something. Almost.
So I would say to you this, Dre. I think the Knicks need to find out. The Knicks need to do models. What models best fit what the Knicks want to do going forward? And I don't mean this year. I mean 23, 24 and beyond. What is going to be the trend, right? And build a sustainable model accordingly. What I would do, Dre, is this. I'm going to follow what you said, kind of, but I'm also telling everybody, be prepared for a lot of moves because I am looking to get the next Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan type player, and I'm going to put a Tracy McGrady and a Dwight Howard around them. Right? Now,
it feels like I was gonna say it feels like it's like what you're saying is similar to what the Raptors are trying to do. Like they're yeah. Go ahead.
What I was gonna tell you is if you're say 30, 40, 50 years old, you're gonna be like, man, that's nonsense. Because Michael Jordan is once in a lifetime. Kobe Bryant is once in a lifetime, right? Vince Carter, Tracy McGrady, Dwight Howard, these dudes are once in a lifetime players. Once in a generation. Or Dwight Howard is maybe generational, right? But I will tell you, why would I go get you 4 Quentin Grimes or 4 Obi Toppins when I can package all of that together and take a shot at a Kobe?
Yeah.
Coach, would you be mad at me if I told you, no, I don't want 4 RJ Barretts. I want 1 Kobe Bryant?
No.
You'd be like, well, I don't know how you're going to do that, but it's not up for you to know. I'm just telling you what my plan is. My goal, that's my goal, is to try to go get that. And if you're a Knicks fan, you have to think to yourself, well, do you deserve, has this franchise ever had a once-in-a-lifetime player? No.
Who's the best DB to ever play on the other side of Deion?
I don't know.
The best DB.
Nobody, because it don't matter.
Exactly.
Well, I'm a Jets fan, so I was gonna say Revis, but who said the best DB? Well, best corner.
Yeah.
No, the best corner to ever play on the other side of Deion. It don't matter.
Well, he played on one side and Deion played on the other side.
Okay, now I get what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah,
gotcha.
Because you got Deion.
Right. So what happens is because you got a player like of that caliber, you cut the field in half. So you can to have that kind of advantage as a coach to know you have half the field to work with. You already at, so it's the same thing when you bring in a Kobe or Michael Jordan or LeBron.
It's almost similar to the conversation that you had with the Mavs fans. You already have Luka, so
right.
Everything else you should figure out what to do while you have Luka.
He automatically raises the stock and value of everyone else on his team because number one, it takes all eyes off them.
Right.
All the pressure's off them. So all they got to do is their job. their role.
Right.
Unfortunately, we got a whole team of guys like that. So
Right.
we need a guy like that here, and all of a sudden, Brunson's pretty damn good. Randall's pretty damn good.
Right.
Like all these guys, they're how good they are, and compared to their superstar, goes up in value because of what we're counting on from them.
Right.
Because we're counting on them for so much, because they're supposed to be our stars, we're disappointed. But if they were doing the same stuff underneath a guy who's killing it every night, all of a sudden they're an awesome number 2 guy or number 3 guy on the team. You understand what I'm saying? And that's how I look at them. Like I look at their production as, I know this isn't enough to carry a team, but man, they're still a pretty good professional basketball player. Like that, that's when I view Jalen Brunson and Randall and some of these guys we got. Like I don't think they're awesome or can carry a franchise.
But there's also but there's also another thing where it's like you also have to figure out once you get that guy, what guys are conducive to succeeding around the star. And I can you say with 100% certainty Julius Randle, like his play style would fit with a high usage player? Like a true superstar? Like do you see
he's already playing with two other high usage guys.
You got to define it. For one, superstar means different things to different people.
Megastar. Like could you see any reality where Julius Randle turns into Kevin Love to a superstar like LeBron?
Yeah,
where Kevin
Cleveland's Kevin Love.
Yeah, I mean, but
the original
we're talking about
went there.
Yeah, I'm saying, but like his skill set when Julius is at his best is when he has high usage. Kevin Love and like Bosch, they enhanced their games to the point where they were efficient when they didn't even get touches, and you could just count on them to hit their shot. Is Julius Randle like a consistent jump shooter? Would you consider him that?
No, you know that.
Yeah, of course.
So this is what I'm saying. Like, this is what I'm saying.
Every defense knows that's who they got to stop.
So if that's the question
against the Knicks,
if you knew that, why didn't you just say it?
I mean, I knew that. I'm just trying to say, like, in the grand scheme of things, if I had a megastar, I would try to get someone that's not like Julius Randle, like not as high usage and needs to be high volume to be effective.
I disagree.
Okay.
I don't know.
Why though, Coach?
But it's because of the role that we have him in. He's high use, like he's having the success he's having for us, like as far as numbers wise, because he's high usage for us. But if he's, and that's because everyone knows he's the guy for us too, though,
right?
And people defend us accordingly. So if he has a superstar above him, he's gonna maybe he might only average 18 and 8 or something, but he's not gonna have to shoot as much to get those numbers.
And he's more efficient, right?
He's more efficient, right? And really, up until he started shooting some extra threes and fallbacks, since the bubble Jude years, he's done that before. Has been a very
but you know why
shooter.
he shoots the.
But they were bad teams.
The reason why Julius Randle takes the shot he takes is because of the rest of the team is garbage.
Yeah.
We killing Julius Randle for high usage, but then you give Quentin Grimes the ball and he can't even get his own shot. Bro, you give RJ Barrett the ball, he rumble into the paint like a bowling ball. Right? If Julius Randle was in Golden State instead of Draymond Green, with his ability to play out of the pinch post on offense, Julius Randle would be 20, 10, and 7.
And that defense would fall entirely off a cliff, though. So.
Well, you would assume that. You would assume that because you think Draymond Green right now is a good defender. I'm here to tell you that Julius Randle, when everybody else can take care of their space on the floor, Julius Randle would be able to just take care of his space on the floor. See, in Golden State, there are no RJ Barretts who have a defensive reputation but don't play good D. There is no Jalen Brunson out there where you have to make a switch right off the rip. At least Steph Curry will guard the other point guard even if he gets beat. Excuse me, even if he gets beat. Steph Curry will at least guard his own man. Jalen Brunson can't guard his own man, and you see that from the beginning of the game. What I want to do is assume that Julius Randle on a good team will be a great player.
Yep. Yeah. Mess around and let him go for nothing, and go to a good team and watch him win somewhere.
Right. What I'm saying is,
I told you so.
Right. I'm sorry, Coach. Go ahead, Coach. Go ahead, bro.
No, you're up. I just wanted to do that little aside real quick.
Okay. So what I'm getting at is when you take a player and stretch him thin, of course, you're gonna see, frayed edges. Of course, you're gonna see all his warts. But if you put him on a team, that's why stars want to play together. That's why stars want to play together, man. You know what I'm saying? There were years when Giannis didn't have a point guard, and the Bucks were not winning the championship with Giannis.
Nope.
And they had Giannis, Middleton. They were stacked, and they didn't have a point guard. Bro, they could not beat anybody. You went out and got him.
They had Eric Bledsoe. Bledsoe was not enough.
One of those woulda, coulda, shoulda guys.
Eric Bledsoe is a bench combo guard, scorer. That's it. That's it. He not facilitating. He not making people bet. Eric Bledsoe is just that, bro. And he's small.
He's one of them box of chocolate guys again.
Yeah.
The idea of him was pretty good, but
yeah. But what I'm getting at, Coach, is this: like the front office. If you burn it to the ground, you make a decision. You got to tell me what you're doing. You can't just burn it to the ground just to say for the sake of burning it to the ground. Just because you want to start over, you want to start over doing what? And if you're starting over doing what, tell me what it is that you want to do, right? Because
I was gonna say, Freezy, like, if you're gonna do that, you gotta explain that to James Dolan, because it is a business at the end of the day, and he needs to know what's going to happen. What are his long-term projections for his business? So you can't just burn it down to the ground just for the sake of burning it down to the ground. You need to have projections, ideas, long-term goals, long-term plans, short-term goals, and short-term goals.
And you got to be able to chart perspectives. You need to be able to put that thing on a spreadsheet and chart it over the course of time, right? You got to do resource tracking. So you got to do, Coach know what I'm talking about, man. That's like, Coach is like I'll just, Coach, you know how like you say inventory come in, you get a box of needles. Right, and you like a box of needles for 10 patients should last such and such amount of days, but then during the course of time you have 7 patients, 8 patients, 7 patients, 8 patients. So you expect to have more needles, right?
Yeah,
because you have less usage. You be able to track it. So what I'm saying is this with us, we want to burn it down to the ground. I don't blame you, but don't blame it to the ground out of frustration, right? Because listen. If I can execute Dre's plan in season like the Pacers did, then why not just execute Dre's plan during in season like the Pacers did? You know what I'm saying? And without the long-term damage, right? Like if I could legit go get Halliburton, you know what I'm saying, and then trade away some dead contracts. Go into the draft, and I know they got Duarte first. I know that. I understand that. But if you can go into the draft and get a Zeke Jackson, a Duarte, a Halliburton, move off of, say, bad contracts, Malcolm Brogdon, all these different things, without burning it to the ground in the offseason, why not just do that?
And the thing is that the Pacers did proper asset management. They didn't diminish the value of their guys before they traded them. They traded Sabonis at basically his peak value and got what's his name for him. A lot of the moves we've made have not been beneficial. Halliburton.
Yeah.
And a lot of the moves we've made have not been beneficial towards raising the value of Julius Randle or RJ Barrett or any
But
guy on this
but
team.
but Sabonis was never a long term, well, a part of their long term plan.
Oh yeah,
Oladipo,
absolutely.
Oladipo,
Yeah,
Oladipo
yeah.
was supposed to be the one that was a part of their long term plan, but it's unfortunate because he got injured a lot.
It's
You know
it's
what I'm
just
saying?
like it's just like but Sabonis's value has been steady. Like it hasn't really dropped. Like there is no outside perspective on he's this guy or this guy.
Bonus is pretty
He's
darn
Sabonis.
good.
Yeah, he's just pretty good. And if we look at it from the New York Knicks optic,
He's more pretty good.
around the league, yeah, I'm saying around the league, you would think I think it's a Knicks thing though. Like if Julius Randle was on the Pacers, they wouldn't be viewing him or GMs or other teams wouldn't be viewing him as like as much of a negative asset as it's perceived now. But it's because it's the Knicks in the spotlight, it gets magnified and it looks a lot worse than what it is. Especially the thumbs down stuff, because that thumbs down stuff wouldn't even matter if he was in Indiana. Like nobody would care. But like it's
Nah,
magnified here.
Indiana season ticket holders wouldn't be
Bro.
talking about that man wife like that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and I tell you what, Sabonis, here's gonna be a hot take from me. That's one power forward in this league I wouldn't mind having. If I had to trade Randall, I'd take him in a heartbeat.
Oh God, didn't we already have Enes Kanter?
Come on, man.
At least Sabonis can pass.
I'm missing.
Bro, this dude's averaging 17, 11 boards, 6.5 assists at 60% shooting, and he shoots 42% and like 40-something% from three, bro.
Right.
He only takes like half a three a game.
Yeah, I know. The dude, I mean, whether you want to call him a center, power forward, whatever, he's a complete. He's that newer kind of player that we need. We need
What happened was Mike Brown went to the Kings and basically brought the Warriors offense with him, which is why the Kings are at the top of the league in offense right now.
Well,
and they got
always at the top
De'Aaron,
of the league in offense.
but they're also pretty good at defense now too. They're solid at
but
defense.
that has been their Achilles heel since they left Rochester.
But I want to say like their offense is actually like much better than even their prior years. Like it's a lot better. Like their net rating is a lot better because it's much more of an efficient offense. And De'Aaron Fox is finally looking like an all-star, like a real all-star.
I understand, but listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
It don't matter who the coach is. The Kings are always going to score a lot of points. You know why? That's their identity. Right. When I ask you what the Knicks' identity is, you can't answer.
We don't know.
Bro,
you don't have one.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like the Lakers' identity is this championship or bust, regardless of the when you hear the Lakers talk and the buzz around the Lakers is always centered around championships.
What trade they gonna make so they can be a champion?
Yeah, right. Whether they have the roster to do so or not, they're always in the news about what moves they want to make to win a championship.
I know what our identity is. It's dysfunction. That's our identity.
Pretty much.
So Freezy, what would you say? So with all that being said, but how Dre and I laid stuff out, what, if any, is the next move for us? Are we still in a wait and see, or have we showed our hand today? But with the no D Rose and Fournier thing, did we already show our hand? Look, we're trying to move these guys. And if we do move them, what are we moving for?
All right. So are you asking me what would my next move be, or what the next move is for the front office?
I would like you to sort of predict what you think the next move is, what you think they're going to do, and then how you would do it differently.
Okay. So I think that the next move for the front office is first of all a salary cap saving move to save Dolan some money. I think that when the moves start, we're going to be a part of 2 or 3 of those 4-team deals where we may send off a second round pick in order to shave like $3 million off of the salary cap, off of our salary cap to save dollar money. I think that's what we're going to do first. How does that impact the product on the floor? It won't. Right? Then come January, once the disgruntled star raises his hand, because you're going to hear the disgruntled star thing probably the week before Christmas, right? Like 18th, 19th, 20th. It happens every year.
Right.
It happens every year, right? Around the week before Christmas, you're going to hear the disgruntled star raise his hand. And depending on who the disgruntled star is, I think that is where we are going to look to explore. Now, if you look at the standings, that time frame that I just mentioned to you is what 14 is 2 weeks away. It's 2 weeks from today away, right? And there are stars on the Chicago Bulls. The Charlotte Hornets has one, even though Charlotte would be crazy to trade LaMelo, right? You see guys in OKC. I think the Lakers are gonna try to make a serious move. I think the most dangerous team out there for us is the Minnesota Timberwolves, right? My fear is that the Knicks are going to get so desperate and so frustrated with the Tibbs, the kids, all of this stuff. I think they're gonna consolidate these kids and draft picks and make a trade for either SGA or Karl Anthony Towns. Right? And 2 years ago, I would love to have gotten Karl Anthony Towns.
Oh, yeah, but now,
right now, I don't want Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah, he's gonna be out for 6 weeks. Dude, coming up.
Right. We'll wait. We'll trust me. We'll wait. We'll wait.
With this current roster, I like SGA.
Coach, let me finish. You asked me.
Coach, go ahead.
So if you want to know what I would do, bro, as the second part of the question that you asked, because you asked like, what do I think the Knicks are gonna do?
Yeah.
And then the second part was, what do you think I would do?
Right.
What I would do, man, is I would consolidate these kids and upgrade slowly. Right. I would look to package maybe a Obi and a I would look to say a Obi and a Mitch, and try to maybe go get okay, for instance, I would go to San Antonio. You know this already. I would go to San Antonio and say, listen, man, we'll give you Mitch, Obi, and IQ for Devin Vassell and something. And what that does immediately is bring in a defender to take away all the deficiencies that Jalen Brunson have on the floor. And listen, Jalen Brunson is not a bad player or a person, but he does have defensive liabilities. So what I would do is come in and get a guy that plays off of him, that can spot up and shoot, create his own shot, and defend and lock down the other team's best backcourt player. Right? That would, you know what that does with RJ, coach? That frees RJ up from the weird defensive assignments so that RJ Barrett can focus on offense only. Mm-hmm. Right? And then and so what do I do with Cam? What do I do with Cam Reddish? Y'all know I love Cam Reddish. Y'all know I love Cam. Y'all know I love IQ. But what I would look to do is use them to consolidate. Like go after another guy. And I think Dre know who I'm talking about. Dre, you know what I'm talking about, right?
I don't.
I like Patrick Williams.
Oh, the paw.
Yeah, I like Patrick Williams. I would look to Chicago and say, hey, man, listen, if y'all rebuilding, y'all thought this dude was going to be 6'9". He's actually a little bit under 6'7", right? So he's a 6'7" power forward with no power to his game. All he is Kawhi Leonard, right? But y'all play him at the power forward because you have DeMar DeRozan. I would grab the paw and have him play more small forward, be more Robert Covington initially until his offense comes around. Right? Now I know that's unpopular because the first thing people are going to say, well, who starts at center? Isaiah Hartenstein starts at center. Jericho Sims is his backup. Right? And that means who's going to start at the 3? Is it going to be RJ Barrett or Patrick Williams? Who do you think? Do you think I'm going to trade all that stuff for a guy just so that he can come off the bench when he started his whole career? Nah. I'm sorry, RJ, but we got to see more from you. If you want this thing back, you got to earn this thing, bro. And it's a tough thing to say because y'all know I love RJ.
Mm-hmm.
And y'all know I think he's the future of New York Knicks basketball, right? But you know what Patrick Williams does and Devin Vassell do? They provide a skill on the floor every night that is consistent.
Yeah,
they are locked down defenders that can score in transition. They create those loose balls. They create their own scoring by being smothering defenders. You don't have to run. I hear people say this all the time. And you don't run no plays for Grimes. Man, it's basketball.
just play.
It's basketball. Bro, it's a round ball going into a cylinder. Bro, why do I have to put I got to put a ramp up there? I got to put a ladder at the rim? Come on.
Take off the training wheels.
Yeah, it's come on, bro. It's basketball, bro. You're talking about running plays for guys and all this stuff. Man, come on, man. If you can't create your own mismatch on offense, it's like playing at the Y. Coach, you played basketball before. Do they run plays out there for you when it's just free run? No.
Nope.
You got to create your own offense. Come on.
I wanted to show you something in the private chat that speaks about the front office. I don't know if it's something that might interest you.
It got something to do with Patrick Williams?
No. It's something to do with Leon Rose.
The paw.
It's a clip there. I don't know if you want to play the clip, but there's a quote in the tweet that might interest you.
I see. Hey, shout out to everybody that's showing us love for doing the collab with the Dallas Mavericks guys. We talk Mavs. You know, every time I get on social media, people are saying, you know what I'm saying, that you know what I'm saying, they thought the collab was great. So shout out to y'all. We got some other lines in the water. I'm reaching out to the Chicago Bulls guys. I think we're gonna play them 3 times in the next month or so. I'm reaching out to the Detroit guys, my cousin and them, but they slack. They eating all in the thing and they audio all. You know what I'm saying? So y'all know how that kind of drive us crazy, right? So yeah, man. But coach, those are my answers. My answers are: I think the Knicks are only going to do cost-cutting moves initially, and then the closer you get to the trading deadline, I think they're going to do a major move to shake things up. And I think the move right now would be when you have a school bus full of kids and all of them want to play, right?
Mm-hmm.
All of them want to play. The unfortunate thing is you have veterans in front of them that have earned the right to start, right? So instead of trading away the veterans and letting these kids play and you don't know what you have, I can trade away these kids and go get young players that already know what I'm getting. You feel me? The thing about Devin Vassell is he's a bucket and he's a better defender than Grimes, McBride, and Cam put together.
Yep. And like you said, he can actually score a little bit
and play off of Brunson.
Yeah.
Now that's my answer. I'm not saying it's correct.
Right. No, and that's just it. And the thing that's so eloquent and great about what you said is that I see that you care enough. It's not that you hate Grimes or McBride or think they're no good or whatever, because what they do defensively is great.
Right.
But like I said after the game earlier today, it's great that they're good at that. But there's some guys in this league that can do that and score.
And two other things.
Yeah, like we have too many one-trick ponies on this team.
Right.
We the NBA, we're out of that business now, man. This whole one-trick pony stuff.
The specialist era is over.
It's over, man. Even just the 3-point shooting guy, that's over, man.
Right.
If everyone, even middle of the road dudes are banging threes like it's nothing.
It's like the Grant Hill. I mean, not Grant Hill, but Grant Williams guy off the Celtics. That guy didn't exist like 10 years ago. Like the bruiser that was shooting threes. Like what? Like what are you talking about?
I mean,
the stocky bruiser, power forward, like drilling threes.
There's dudes like Kelly Olynyk and like guys like that. Like don't leave that dude open.
Oh boy,
they're gonna bang it.
Coach, guess who's entering the building?
Ladies
and gentlemen.
Is it a gentleman that wears a hood?
Let me do the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, the channel would not be what it is without this guy. Ladies and gentlemen, this guy has pounded the table for the young guys for his entire tenure as a saint on this channel. This channel takes a holiday at the end of January every year in honor of his birthday, just because of what this dude does for the channel. When this guy went away, legit people told me that I was whack and the channel would never survive without this guy.
Oh, boy. They told him the number one chief rock of that?
Yeah, they told the number one chief rock of that in the whole Knicks universe. Put your hands together and be ready to fight, because the fight is about to be on for Hoodie Kev. Yo! Look who is in the building. What's good, boss?
So, hello. First off, hello, everyone. How's everyone doing this evening?
Salute.
Good.
I owe Uncle Freezy an apology because I should have been available 2 hours ago. What happened is I talked to Uncle Freezy, and then he said he was going to rock, for a little bit. And I was like, I'm just going to lay down for a second. And then a second turned into 2 hours later. And I woke up and I was like, oh, man, Knicks Night is on.
Yes.
I'm in this very nice hotel, so it's a very comfortable bed. And this is a fancy one that gives out robes, which will be coming home to me.
I was about to say, or you rocking
Take your towels too, man. Take your towels too.
Yes, it will be. It will be coming back to Women's
Hoodie Kev in the building with a smoking jacket on.
Hood Hefner.
Hood Hefner.
Well, how's everyone? I'm sorry I missed so much of what's going on.
It's all right. Hey, we're
all right.
We had a win. Now we're trying to figure out how we're going to fix things in the future. The old
hypothetical team creation.
The old we won the we won but conversation. You know how that goes.
Right.
We've been having this conversation for a long time. I had been having this conversation since I joined Blowing Tears.
Oh boy, I got a feeling.
That means we should have blown it up. So we should have blown it up 3 years ago then.
Yeah. So it's like you never left. So we right back at square one. We back at one like Brian McKnight.
I had a conversation with Uncle Freezy, and I'm not going to go into too much details about the conversation, but it was like,
did you Hoodie Kev? What's going on, man? Really? Is this
I
what
hate,
you're doing? You got to have the main camera. You got to have the main camera again.
I don't
like being in this little box, bro. Why am I in this little box, bro?
I don't have any control of this, everyone. This is Uncle Freezy's doing.
Coach is a nut.
So, but this team, I love this team. Love this team. 31 years now. And I'm pretty sure you've already had this conversation. One, I'm going through a very emotional weekend. This is very emotional for me. But what have y'all been talking about? Because I wanted to jump in and
Hoodie
then
Kev,
already
who
go over
cares?
points.
We're talking about giving Tibbs a contract extension.
Oh God.
We don't care. We don't care about your soft landing on the Knicks, bro. We hardcore here. Tighten up, big fella.
You know, when Tibbs got hired, I said to him, yeah, it's tape. We got receipts for this. Everybody was so gung ho, oh, Tibbs, and he's brought respectability and accountability, and he's coach of the year. And I told everyone, I said, Tibbs not gonna last 5 years. Because you can't coach basketball like it's 1995 and 2022.
Hoodie Kev,
You
this
can't.
roster is flawed. You can't blame Tibbs for everything when the front office deserves blame and the roster
Every
deserves
single
blame
roster in the NBA is flawed. There's a flaw on every team.
Right.
Unless it's the 1992 Dream Team, every team is flawed.
Hold on, Freezy. Hold on, Freezy. What if the roster is a 1995 NBA roster with a power forward that can't shoot and a small forward that can't shoot and a point guard that doesn't really take threes? What if we are in the 1995 roster?
I was about, Dre, you read my mind. I was about to eat Hoodie Kev up with that, bro. But we gotta let Hoodie Kev rock for a second. The thing is, Hoodie Kev and others don't like to develop kids. They don't like kids. I saw Kevin.
What did you? Hold on.
No,
did Uncle Freezy just come out of your mouth and say? Uncle Freezy just come out of his mouth and say,
Ntilikina played against us yesterday, bro, or Saturday.
Did Uncle Freezy on Blowing Tears Network just come on here and say Hoodie Kev doesn't want to play the kids? When I was the chairman, CEO of the Kevin Knox train.
Nah, we was talking Mets early in the week, and you was like, "Man, I don't care nothing about no kids."
Because the Mets won timeout are this close to winning, or they were up until Friday, this close to winning the World Series. Now I don't know where they are, so I don't got time to wait on no kids with the Mets. I need to win me a championship. The Knicks, on the other hand, have all the time in the world, it appears.
No, they don't. See, because the Mets won a World Series in '86. They went to the World Series in 2000, and they went to the World Series in 2015. The Knicks have not been to the NBA Finals, my friend, since 1999.
This is true. But
sounds like a Prince song to me.
But the more recent championship still belongs to the Mets.
To the Mets.
To the Mets.
Right. The most recent championship appearance belongs to the Mets. The one before that in 2000 belongs to the Mets. The Knicks have not.
Hold on.
To the NBA Finals.
Technically, that was in the same calendar year.
No, it wasn't, Hoodie Kev.
Was that 98, 99?
You know why?
99, 2000.
No, you know why? Because there is a such thing as Y2K. A millennium, things don't roll over to different millenniums, bro. They don't.
The calendar year. So
the Knicks, really that was the 98. That was
the calendar millennium.
That was the 98, 99 season. Okay.
Yes. Okay. Come on, Hoodie Kev. Come on, bro.
Here's the thing. So to Gregory Castillo, actually, I do still have that picture. Yes, it will live forever in my heart because I believed. I was a visionary on that one. It's just that the team didn't believe.
I'm just saying, Hoodie Kev. I don't know if you remember this or not, but we don't really do soft landers here no more. It kind of make my skin crawl. It's more like slay the lion, throw the sword in the dirt, point at the ruler, and say, "Are you not entertained?"
I want to win.
It's more like kick the Turk in the pit and yell, "This is Sparta."
What
And I
we need
understand.
here is a change of
Kev W,
direction.
where's Kev W? Where's Hoodie Kev at?
That's what we need. A change of direction.
Okay.
That's
And
a problem.
I'm gonna pound on this table. I don't care what anyone says. I'm
We
gonna
got
pound on
Roby
this
Kev. That's the
nice
problem right now. That's
desk
a hoodie. Robe Kev.
until we get Carl Anthony Towns on this team.
Oh boy,
I
you
just
ready
got
for this
dizzy.
tonight, right?
That just made me dizzy.
Right before you came on, I just said, I don't want us to get Carl Anthony Towns.
Oh God. I don't understand what Carl Anthony Towns would do.
Why do you want Carl Anthony Towns? I want the rationale.
I'm so glad that you asked that question. Now I can go into my soliloquy of how perfect a player Carl Anthony Towns will be. He would be the best Knicks player to put on a Knicks jersey since Patrick A. Ewing.
Wow.
And I'm not even just talking about the center position. The best pure talent, period.
I don't think he's better than Prime Melo.
Definitely better than Prime Melo because all Prime Melo did was score.
Yeah,
that's all Cat does. He don't play defense.
Rebounds at a high level too, though. Melo didn't do none of that.
I mean, Melo averaged like 8 boards for his position.
They probably
what?
Like 7, 8 boards for his position.
Yeah, you said you was like 8 or 9 boards, like it was nothing.
No. I said 8. I said 8. I might have been a little bit high, but 7. I feel like he's averaged 7, which is good for his position. Small forward.
They're pretty similar as far as offensive impact.
Yeah, they weigh the same too. Both of them 2.
I mean, Cat is about 230 now. He's skinny. He's slim. He's
How old's Cat now?
27.
27.
What do you think about his injury situation?
Listen, you take with every big man minus Giannis for some reason, you have, especially centers. It's hard. Centers are hard, but I'm not going to let a minor, minute type of injury impact the decision of bringing in the type of talent that he can. Because what he will do is he will fundamentally change how the Knicks deploy a lineup every single game. Because if you get rid of Julius Randle, that's number one. And I don't think any of us are in any kind of like, oh no, we got to keep Julius Randle.
Well, I'm gonna say one thing. Carl Towns did get like blood platelets put in both of his knees. Platelet plasma, like the same thing that Kobe did, the stem cell treatment. He got both of them put in both of his knees in May of this year. So that's not good. If he's 27 doing that. And
he's
Kobe's
a
doing
center.
that.
He is physically not supposed to be that big. So I saw Patrick Ewing for 15 years walking around with pillowcases full of ice on his knees.
True.
Oh yeah.
True. Okay.
But I don't
he's
think
still one of the greatest players of all time.
Yeah, but no offense, Cat ain't Pat.
That's a different league. They didn't ask centers to guard 23 feet out.
Yeah, that's
they didn't ask centers to guard 23 feet out and do rotations consistently.
Some would say Patrick Ewing would have more wear and tear on him than Carl Anthony Towns does.
That is another thing I think I agree with.
Yeah. I'm not doubting that. But what I'm saying
let's
is,
not say like, oh, it's a different league. Like it's harder now than it was.
I didn't say that part. I don't care about the league. I'm saying Patrick Ewing's a lot tougher human being.
I'm considering
a lot of people.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can't compare that dude with that as far as
but to be absolutely honest, I'm considering pace and how much a guy that big actually has to physically run up and down the court.
Are you saying you don't want a center? It makes me feel like you don't want a all NBA.
I do want a center. I do want a center.
I don't care about all this 3-and-D. I don't care about any of this. The history of the game. If you have, and I'm not saying that Carl Anthony Towns is all-time great. What I'm saying is, if you have a great center,
He don't want
and
to play
you
center.
properly build around that center, you will go farther. Historically speaking, you will go farther than building around the wings, unless your name is Michael Jordan or LeBron James.
Or Stephen Curry.
I don't
Because
know.
you give me historically any great center, and I will probably take them over any wing player any day of the week.
I mean, in the past, that's definitely true, but lately, the best centers haven't been winning.
It's a wings league now.
They're
lately.
only winning MVPs. That's the only thing they're winning, I guess.
But do we want an MVP or do we want a championship?
I mean,
if you get a player, hold on. If you get a player who wins the MVP, that means he's obviously doing something to help your team win. Because you don't get MVPs to players on losing teams.
No, I agree with that, but I'm just saying that, like, the best centers in the league right now, the Nokic's in the world and the Embiids, they're not winning. I mean, and don't get me wrong, I'm not discrediting Cat. I think he's a good player.
You said Nurkic 3 times. Are you really saying Nurkic?
I said Jokic.
Okay, I thought I heard. Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, my bad.
I'm sorry. No, that's on me. That's on me. My mistake.
No, that's cool. But like, yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. I love to have Jokic and Embiid and some of these centers, the best centers. But the dominant center in the league don't move the dial anymore as far as the end game result, the championship. Yeah, we're going to be competitive for sure.
Hey, Coach, I will say this too, just real quick. The dominant big man is behind the 8 ball some because a lot of them don't play with consistent playmakers.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. So for instance, the Jokic run was recently without Jamal Murray. Right. Remember
on a side note, just for a second, Uncle Freezer remember this story. So once upon a time, we were in Atlanta, Georgia, and I had ordered some pizza from Domino's. And I think his name was Jeremy or Nick, never showed up.
Right.
And I was irate.
Jared.
And then we ended up going to a Wendy's in a very shady neighborhood.
Very shady. In the middle of the night in Atlanta. Okay.
In Atlanta. But I had to go run and get my pizza, which is downstairs, and this time make sure Jeremy actually came with my food. Because if that happened again in Atlanta, I'm going to be highly upset. I was irate.
Yes. And Coach, we turned down a shady street, and it was a bouncer out there like 6'8", about like 300 pounds, waving us into like this parking lot. And I was like, Hoodie Kev, you better, Hoodie Kev. And Hoodie Kev was driving. Right? So we took my car because just, whatever. I think my car was
It was like a spaceship. I've never been in a car that nice before. I was like, oh my God, all these buttons and lights and stuff. I thought I was going to the moon.
Really? Coach, this is the type of stuff we have to deal with, bro. All the side details. You talking about we drove a spaceship. You know there were people watching this that might actually believe we were in a spaceship, Hoodie Kev.
I feel like it, and I was in it.
Oh my God.
But I'll be right back.
Okay. So I agree with Hoodie Kev in the respect that and I believe what Hoodie Kev is saying in a sense is a good idea. My thing is I don't want to build my team around Cat. You feel me? If this whole go get Karl Anthony Towns is just so that we can build around Cat, I'm against it. But if this thing is so that Karl Anthony Towns can be the second or third option on a championship team, I'm with him. You know what I'm saying? If we have to give up, say, numerous first round picks and some kids to get Karl Anthony Towns for him to come here and be an upgrade over the third option, which was say Julius Randle, I'm saying go do it. Why not? What does it hurt?
Because he ain't winning now. His Robin's better than our Batman.
Right.
He ain't winning.
Now, does that mean? Now, here's the thing: if you go get Cat, what do you do with Randall and RJ? Right? Because if you like for my money, I don't. For my money, I'm playing Cat at center. I'm not playing him at power forward.
He spreads the ball better,
right?
For them to.
It's all those things that we wish Hartenstein would do. Cat does this just by reflex. I'm talking about offensively. I'm not talking about defensively.
Yeah,
right?
He's allowed to do it too.
Yeah. My deal is Karl Anthony Towns can't be the last move though, right?
No.
Right. If you go get Cat, then my belief is that you have to do with Randall and RJ if one of them or both or neither are included in that Karl Anthony Towns trade. Now, would you do RJ Barrett and Julius Randle for Cat? You know what that does, right?
Yeah.
That makes room for Obi Toppin and Quentin Grimes.
Cam.
I mean, I'd do it, but I don't believe they would do it. But I would do it.
I do. If we find a way to pull it off and still keep Randall and RJ, that does a lot. I think we have to give up.
But could you imagine your backline defense being Cat and Randall?
No. Can you imagine your rim protection?
Defending that.
Your rim protection is Karl Anthony Towns with the weak side shot blocker Obi Toppin.
Oh God.
Terrible.
Oh.
Terrible, right?
Oh no, we suck again. Nah, like to me, like offensively, like Randall just would be back to being inside more. De facto, which I think that's when he's at his best.
I honestly believe that Cat is Cat and Randall together to me is like that shrimp scampi that you dip in the butter sauce and place it on the grill. It's excellent, right? Mm-hmm. Because the thing that Randall does, the things that Randall likes to do, complements what Cat likes to do.
Yep.
Like Randall gets into his bag and starts going to the rim, and if you double team, you can kick out to Karl Anthony Towns at the top of the key for 3. I like that.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna lie. I feel like Karl Towns' body is breaking down. Personally,
and then you get
I could be wrong.
Devin Booker or SGA at the 2. We'll be all set.
Hoodie Kev, I'll make a deal with you. The only way that I would do that deal for Karl Anthony Towns is if you promise me that we can get Ben Simmons.
Oh, that's interesting.
I can't co-sign that. You got it. I need the explanation for this. Break it down in basketball.
We already got enough non-shooters, but I like all those other pieces of the game.
I mean, Cat being the best shooting big kind of cancels.
You mean
out,
being the most scared player in the NBA? You like that?
Who Ben Simmons?
Ben Simmons.
No, man, Ben Simmons. That one thing happened. They sold him. Man, that's why I hate the Sixers, bro. Of all the franchises in the league that have the spies, if they arena burned down tomorrow and if they had to play outside in the cold, I wouldn't even be mad. No people hurt. No people or pets hurt, right? But if they build and burn down, I wouldn't even be mad. I wouldn't even be upset. I'd be like, that's what they get. Yeah. That's how much I hate Philly, right? And
I hate the Heat.
I don't like the city of Philadelphia. So
I don't hate the Heat.
What did Benjamin Franklin ever do to you?
No, bro. As a long time Knicks fan, you got to understand what I've seen over the years.
Oh yeah,
you know what I'm saying. I remember Caldwell Jones clotheslining Knicks. Caldwell Jones clotheslined like 5 Knicks in one game. How do you clothesline? Charles Barkley dunked on Bill Cartwright using the same play 9 times in a row.
Oh my Lord.
I mean, come on, bro. But
Daryl
I'm
Dawkins is breaking all them backboards.
Yeah. What I'm getting at is this. Don't look at Ben Simmons, the name. Look at Ben Simmons as a backcourt complementary piece to Jalen Brunson, where Jalen Brunson had Jalen Brunson after 24 games, Jalen Brunson is dinged up already. And y'all are like, nah, we don't need another we don't need another ball handler. Right?
Yes.
Right. And so what I'm saying is look at Ben Simmons' perimeter defense, right? Ben Simmons can guard 1 through 5 on any team on any night. Ben Simmons can guard everybody from Giannis all the way down to John Morant. Right? We don't have guys that have that positional flexibility. RJ Barrett guarded Darius Garland tonight, and listen, man, it was the worst exhibition of defense I ever saw from RJ. Garland was going by RJ as if he was standing still. Oh, wait a minute. RJ was standing still. Right?
Ben Simmons does not love the game of basketball. He does not need to be making Madison Square Garden.
Neither does Cat. Neither does Cat.
Cat loves basketball. He loves it. He loves it more than Ben Simmons does.
How you know? You talk to him?
Big Cat, Karl Anthony Towns will never just sit out of an entire season just to prove a point.
No, man, that dude had mental health issues.
Oh my God! Listen.
And for those that
I'm
don't
a
know,
millennial.
I understand, man, but mental health issues are a serious thing, bro. It's a serious thing, and I understand that you're disappointed as a fan because you don't play, you don't be in these locker rooms, you don't get put under the scrutiny. At most, you will get upset with one person coming on this thing and wanting to fight you over a thing. Imagine hundreds of thousands of Philly fans bombarding his social media every day. Would you be able to take that?
Yes.
No.
You wanna know why? You wanna know why I would? I'll tell you why I would. Maybe I'm just a different breed because I used to come on Knicks at night and used to be the eye of hostility and venom. Uncle, you remember this? They used to literally come on here just to get at me. I'm not making this up. This happened. And every night I came back, not even because I get paid for this. This isn't my job. This is technically a hobby. But if it was my job, I would actually show up to do it. Especially if I was getting paid $30 million to do it.
Right.
And the funny thing about mental health and Ben Simmons' mental health is as soon as he was out of Philadelphia, that mental health thing just went out the window like it never even happened. It would have been more convincing to me.
No, because
it would have been more convincing.
The triggers are gone, bro. Come on, man.
Triggers are gone just like that. Just like that. You wake up like it's gone.
Yeah, you sound unreasonable, bro.
Your argument is unreasonable. You want to know why? Because you're making excuses. You're making excuses like the other people are for a person who used mental health as an excuse.
Hoodie Kev, hey, you know what? And so over the course of like the last 6 weeks, I got 3 DMs from 3 different people that was like, yo, we getting tired of you talking about your sick wife. Just talk Knicks basketball. We don't come on here for you to talk about your sick wife. Somebody DM me that on Twitter, 3 people. Well, I'm sorry. 2 of them did it on Instagram, 1 person on Twitter, right?
Just rot
right. And so with me, I'm built a little different. See, I can't go. I understand that I'll never see these people face to face, right? So it don't bother me in that way. But Ben Simmons is in this situation like when he steps into a gym, it's 20,000 people in that building that were booing Ben Simmons, 20,000 people every night, reinforcing this thing, right? Reinforcing this thing, bro. And for us as casual fans, because we are casual, right? We casual fans. We don't have season tickets to the Knicks or to the Sixers. So we don't see like all these things that happen with Ben Simmons and all that stuff, bro. What I'm saying is the dude needed to change the scenery and he got it. Right? And then the other part too, and this is what I tell Dre all the time when we talk about trading for wing players. Wing players are always hurt. Dre, don't I always say that, Dre?
Yeah.
Don't I always mention that? Wing players are always hurt, whether it's Paul George, Kawhi Leonard, Ben Simmons, no matter who the elite two-way wings are, they always have injuries. So to say Ben Simmons has an injury, it's like saying that, the air is clear.
Now, Uncle
Cam Reddish.
But you made a good point though. Like elite athletic two-way wing players get hurt.
Right.
But I guess that's why RJ's so durable.
I want to go back to
He don't ever get hurt.
I mean, if you can't jump over a telephone book, like you're probably not getting high enough to even get hurt.
He don't land from high enough to hurt when he lands.
Right.
I want to go back to something, Uncle Freezy, because Uncle Freezy and I have been going back and forth for many moons now. Uncle Freezy always says something to me called semantics. Now, that argument about Ben Simmons would make a valid point if Ben Simmons was the only athlete in the history of sports to ever be booed.
Right.
That would be a valid point if he was the only one that's ever been booed.
Right.
But he's not.
He is not. But Hoodie Kev.
And not even the most venomously at that, because some would say.
Wait a minute, Kev. Are you saying that Philly fans or Philly's fan base is a nice fan base?
The battery throwing Philly fans.
They threw a battery at Santa Claus, bro. Come on.
I'm saying, as a New York Mets fan, I've been to Shea Stadium as a kid, mind you, when the Atlanta Braves came and they had a player named John Walker on their team.
Oh yeah.
So I've heard some things being said to a player on the field.
Okay.
And I guarantee 90s New Yorkers.
Oh yeah, I remember them days.
But Hoodie Kev,
this is after John Walker. What did he say about New York? He said something. I forgot what he said.
Okay,
he said something.
Hoodie Kev, the point is that first of all, every human being is not built the same. They don't all have the same emotional and mental makeup, right? Some people take stuff more harsh than others. Right, so just to say everybody is built the same or generalize it is not fair. And secondly, the word semantics means light details that won't sway an argument one way or the other.
Yes, I know.
Right, you know what I'm saying. So if we're talking about Ben Simmons things is semantics, bro. No, it's not semantics because Ben Simmons had to be traded away from Philadelphia. So those details are not light; they were impactful.
Ben Simmons got traded away because Ben
Simmons. Are you eating pizza?
I am eating pizza. Yes.
How do you eat pizza at 1:30 in the morning?
How do you not?
I mean, do you want me to be eating some Kicks cereal because I didn't bring my Kicks?
I just had a lasagna about an hour and a half ago.
Oh man,
y'all built different, bro. Y'all are athletes, bro. Athletes just do whatever they want to do, bro.
I look like I ate an athlete.
So here's the thing. So I was not nowhere near a professional athlete, but I played high school basketball for many, many years.
Is it true? Is it true you are the best shooter to ever come out of the city of Wilmington, North Carolina?
Some would say yes.
You are the greatest shooter to ever come. And here's the thing. Are you the greatest scorer to ever play high school basketball in the state of North Carolina?
I'm not going to toot my horn like that because
would you say top?
We
top,
produced.
Top 10? Would you say top 10? Would you say top 10?
I can score with the best of them in my heyday.
Would you say
in
top 10?
My heyday?
Because if you top 11, you're a nobody. Are you top 10?
What is this, Ricky Bobby?
If you're not first, you last.
I'm just known for getting dunked on by Vince Carter in high school in a Christmas tournament. He dunked on my head.
Was it a lob or was he sizing you up on the break or you trying to block him?
He went down the baseline. I peeled off one block and stepped to the other
Oh
block,
man!
and I did the old Hartenstein. I put my two hands up like this, and I'm like, "Oh crap!" I realized who it was.
You didn't. That was instinct, man. That was instinct.
Please don't tell me it was the giddy up cowboy dunk.
No. Luckily, he didn't Frank Wise me. It was close though, but he yammed on me though. Good. And thank God there was no YouTube and cell phones recording back then. I would have been on a viral video for sure.
Okay. All right.
But I also, y'all remember Rashard Griffith?
Yep.
The Wisconsin center, and then he's from he went to somewhere in the Bronx or something. He came down. He was in that same tournament. All 7 foot 270 of them. I'm not his big behind to the ground in the paint. I'm like a 6 foot power forward, mind you. You know.
So you were running back mode. You were just breaking a tackle or something.
I was just. I had a forearm shiver him. I was stronger than he was. Yeah, he was only a basketball player, but.
Well, let me bring in. Hey, let me bring in Nev the Destroyer. Right,
what's up,
Nev.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hadn't seen you in a while. So, Nev, here's the thing. I understand you are a gentleman, and you speak eloquently, right? But if you come in for soft landings tonight, we're gonna eat you up, and I apologize. But at least as a gentleman, I gave the disclaimer, right? I know you gonna come with some heat. I feel like I'm heat resistant, right? The others, guys, if you touchy,
fireproof pants.
If you touchy, this might not be the panel for you because you got Uncle Freezy up here, you got Nev the Destroyer up here, and they call him Destroyer for a reason, right? And Hoodie Kev is here, and Coach is here, right? So it's gentlemanly now, but I can't say it's going to be gentlemanly throughout. But we all know we like and enjoy each other, you know what I'm saying? But it's all about these topics. Nev wanted to come in and support Hoodie Kev, and if he does, I think I might have to destroy him and Hoodie Kev at the same time. Out of love, though. Out of love. Nev, you want to support Hoodie Kev?
In some sense.
Don't change your mind now. Don't change your mind now.
Nah, I'm not changing my mind. I'll just first of all, Fuzi, let me ask you a question.
No. Get to your point. Say what you gotta say. Say what you gotta say.
You just did the blasphemous thing on Freezy's thing. That's his biggest pet peeve.
Yeah, like
starting a conversation with. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah, trying to put me on a witness stand. I'm not snitching on myself. I'm not snitching on myself, bro. You got to.
He's making you try on the gloves, Freezy.
Oh, geez. Okay. Go ahead, Nev. Do your thing.
Is there a delay?
Now he can see us. All right. That was Nev. Nev didn't have a. Nev didn't have a point,
bro.
I wanted to hear what Nev had to say.
I think he backtracked, but Hoodie Kev. Hoodie Kev.
He pulled a Leon Rose.
So I'm with you on the Karl Anthony Towns thing. If there's caveats to it, the caveat being that Karl Anthony Towns can't be the player that we build our franchise around. I think I could see getting Karl Anthony Towns if it's the first move of 2 or 3 moves that are going to bring him here and eventually bring in an alpha to play with him and Jalen Brunson.
Who's that alpha?
I don't know yet.
God, is he out there? Is he going to be the 17th pick of the 2023 draft?
Now, when you say, because again, this is heading down Semantics Boulevard, be the alpha. What exactly do you mean? Like the best player on the team?
Yes.
Or the leader of the team? Because those are two different things.
I understand that.
Because talent-wise, there's not that many people more talented than Karl Anthony Towns.
Okay.
In the National Basketball Association.
I don't think he's an alpha, though.
So, but that's why I said those are two different things. Are you saying you want someone more talented than Cat, or a leader of the team?
Right. So what I'm saying to you, Hoodie Kev, and I noticed that you're coming in for a soft landing, right? You don't want us to have the Karl Anthony Towns is an alpha conversation. I know you don't want to have that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing. I stated it clearly. I don't mind having Cat if Karl Anthony Towns is the first move in 2 or 3 moves. For one, I want Karl Anthony Towns to play center, right? And I want him, and I prefer the Knicks to run a 5-out offense where an opposing team center has to respect Karl Anthony Towns' full offensive arsenal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the second part. I don't want to pay, if I get Cat, I don't want to pay my backup centers $27 million. Right? If I get Cat, then even though I don't like it, I have to jettison Mitch and Hartenstein. Right? Because I don't want to pay upwards of $60 million to the center position. And that's what you'll be paying if you go get Cat. You keep Mitch, you keep Hartenstein, and you keep Sims.
I already have a trade for Mr. Robinson. You see, don't you think that I have sat around and plotted this like I'm the president of basketball operations / general manager? Because my second move, and although not popular, and I don't want to consider him an alpha, but my move would be to trade Mitchell Robinson to Indiana for Buddy Hield.
Wait, hold on. Who in the lineup is going to be playing defense, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, man. That's a good one.
Who's playing defense?
You know, all this defense. This is ridiculous. This is some ridiculous stuff. It's not 1995. Can we score a little bit? Can we please average 115 points a game?
We are.
We are scoring that many points a game. But Kev,
yeah, I know what I mean.
Are you building this team to compete for a title, or is it just a fun team, or like?
This is a title. This is a team I want to win a championship.
That's a good team to play with on 2K.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even hear. I think my headphones jumped off of my head. I'm sorry.
You need to play. You need to be able to play offense and defense. Like the last 10 championships winners have been top 10 defensive rating, and there will be you will. There's no chance in hell a starting lineup of Brunson, Buddy Hield, Cat, Randall, hypothetically. Well, you want Randall gone, right?
Yep.
So who would be the
starting?
Obi Toppin. Okay, so who's the 3? Who's the 3?
RJ.
And who is playing defense?
It's a team collective.
I think our team now will be that team.
Defense.
How do you make us worse?
Kev.
Getting Cat. You're the only person in the world who can make us worse getting Cat.
Hoodie Kev, when they ask you Hoodie Kev, when they ask you for toppings on your pizza, when they said mushrooms, they didn't mean that type of mushrooms, bro.
Obi. That's the only topping I want is Obi.
Hoodie Kev, not those type of mushrooms on your pizza, bro.
Oh man.
Hey man.
Hold on. Uncle Freezy has known me for a long time now, since like a long time. We've had many conversations. Late at night, hours at a time.
And y'all know I love Hoodie Kev. Y'all know me as a person. Y'all know I don't like talk to a lot of people outside these spaces. Like if you know what I'm saying, if you talking to me, it's like, you know, y'all prying,
We're
y'all opening the
special.
thing and getting close to me. You know what I'm saying? So when Hoodie Kev say that, he mean it. You know what I mean? But Hoodie Kev, I bet not never hear you say Buddy Hield and Jalen Brunson in the backcourt ever again, bro.
I
Are
think
you
it'll work.
serious?
And then he said, "Oh yeah, and Obi, I do too at the 4."
Obi and RJ.
Yeah, that little cherry on top, and
I
Hey, look,
think
man. Hey, look, man. You get a
if
point guard
you
on
got
the other team. If you get a point guard on the other team that can dribble, penetrate, you could put me in the corner and I'm gonna hit open, wide open threes. I'm gonna be wide
listen,
open all game.
if
That's,
you got like a Don Nelson type of coach, this team would be unbelievable.
I mean, you
Because
might believe
that's
we
what you
score
need. If
130.
you had a coach like Don Nelson, because Don Nelson is an offensive genius, but ahead of his time,
He
really, he
used to be, yeah.
was.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, he's not coaching anymore. I'm just saying, during then, ahead of his time, a visionary of offense. That's what we need. For that team, that is what that team would need.
I don't know.
And that's exactly what Nev the Destroyer signed up for. He came in to co-sign Hoodie Kev.
But like I
Yes,
said, Uncle Freezy,
yes. If Woody Kev will give me a chance.
how often have I been wrong, Uncle Freezy? How often have I been wrong?
Okay, so here's the thing. You are wrong maybe once a month. And Coach is the only one that's close. Coach is maybe wrong maybe twice a month, but he spreads out those wrongnesses over the month. Right? So if Coach is wrong at the beginning of the month, he won't be wrong again until the 20th.
See, I'm consistent.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. All right.
I wish that was true for some other things.
Okay, Freezy. Let me get a little bit of something.
Okay.
Number one, you were saying that about our players not able to perform on a high level, and and just getting some other plays would maybe suffice. I disagree with that concept totally because I don't think it's just players playing on a high level when it comes to this team. Like I recently coined this phrase, the last Mohican, and it's because our coach is the only coach that left in any professional sport that coaches the Bobby Knight philosophy, which is screaming to players on both sides of the ball. No other coach, not even in football, no professional sport does that. And I have said many times, and I've told you that reason anger doesn't have reason and common sense, but fear can stifle plays. Fear and anxiety can stifle plays. Our players are playing with fear and anxiety, so they cannot perform on this stage. We want them to perform, but the constant shouting from this coach, and I don't know why, because you cannot get the other team to stop for 5 seconds to make your point. And offense supposed to be an intuitive thing, a spontaneous thing. So therefore, the shouting, especially in offense, doesn't serve any purpose but to drain our plays of strength. They need vitality, freedom. So that's why changing plays without changing the coach would not accomplish anything. We have done that in a sense. You know, we have some new plays. They are not performing any better than our current plays. I mean, the only two players that are constantly performing on a high level, and that's every maybe third game, is Brunson and Randolph. You know, and that's it. Otherwise, our players cannot perform under that scrutiny. Yeah, and you can see that dynamic easily when we send our players to the G League. All of a sudden, they can score on the offense. You know, but most of our players did not raise in that kind of environment. Bobby Knight been retired almost, I don't know, 10 to 15 years ago.
25 years.
It's been a
Okay.
while.
Yeah.
All right. So we shouldn't be this shouldn't be acceptable. Like I said, so that's why I agree with Woody Kev on. This shouldn't be acceptable, you know, because shouting doesn't accomplish nothing. And that anger, that constant battering with referees, and where now this team is actually getting punished. They are getting punished. They don't get calls. You can see many times where there's an actual foul, and the referees are not calling those fouls because this coach disrespecting the referee on a consistent basis. I've been saying that even before the season started. He needed to take a different approach, and he hasn't done that.
Okay.
He disrespecting the referees, and the referees are not. Most of the time, they don't even bother giving him technical. You know, the other day was the first time when he cursed the referees twice. The second time he got a technical.
Right.
The first time he did not.
Right.
Because he has done that so many times.
Right.
But the second time they actually gave him a technical. And that's not good. You cannot use. And I've told you that again, and I will say it again. Anger doesn't have reason and common sense. It doesn't. But anger is a valuable asset. If you can channel your anger, if you can play on the edge of anger and fear.
It doesn't work in coaching.
But that's exactly. It doesn't work in coaching because you need reason and common sense, and that coach doesn't utilize that. He doesn't utilize. That's why he misses so many key substitution, you know, timeouts, because he always in that. The minute the game starts, he's in a different. He's like, the anger and all that is just rushing back in, and he coaches that way from start to finish. And then we there sitting there say, how come you didn't make this substitution? How come you didn't take this time out? Because you cannot use reason and common. You can't maintain your composure if you're always angry. It doesn't work, you know.
Okay.
I think there's some truth to that.
But if we can get our players to play on the edge of anger and fear, we can get them to overcome the fear they have. Right now, a lot of our players, they are very fearful. So they're not performing on that high level. You could see them taking open shots after open shots and breaking it. You can see what happens to some of our players. They go to the G League and they perform. They come up here, they cannot perform. It's like something is hindering them. So that's the problem we have it. So if we just change players and get some fresh players, which we have done already, it's not going to. It's I don't believe nothing is going to change until when we change this coach.
All right.
Yeah. This coach is the problem. He is the disease, the poison that poisoning everything that around him. Until when we
So you
make
disagree with Hoodie Kev?
I think Hoodie Kev was in the same approach.
Nah, Hoodie Kev said about Ben Simmons that he a professional athlete and he's supposed to be tough.
I mean, I would like for you to be tough if you're a professional athlete.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe that's an athlete that I grew up with. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just think I'm walking. The very, 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 very first practice I ever had, JV basketball, our coach sat us down and said,
Dean Smith.
Definitely was not Dean Smith.
Okay.
But he said, the most important thing you do, and I don't care if you all go to college to play, NBA to play, overseas to play on the moon. The most important thing that you can do when you step out on that court is to tune the crowd out. I don't care if your mama is in the stand jumping up, yelling, screaming your name. Play as if she is not there. You cannot let the crowd affect you. And you're taught that at a young age.
Hey, Kev,
and so
Kev,
to
let me
sit
say
here
something.
and say, after you played probably AAU basketball, college basketball, been in the league for 5, 6 years.
5, 6, 7 years.
Oh, now the crowd is affecting you.
But
You've been
it's
playing in
not
front
the
of crowds.
crowd, though.
You've been playing in front of crowds for 10, 12 years now.
But it's not the crowd. He is not the crowd. The coach is not the crowd.
No, I'm talking about Ben Simmons.
The coach is. Oh well, I'm not really into the Ben Simmons conversation. I'm
And
sorry.
what the thing about
He's not on our team.
What the thing about the Ben Simmons thing is it's the same thing Nev is saying. The coach is yelling at this young dude all the time. The dude can't even play his own game. Doc Rivers yelling at this dude. You know, Doc Rivers and Tom Thibodeau are the same coach. They come from the same coaching tree. They the same type player.
Except
They
Thibodeau don't lose his voice.
Disagree.
Well, yeah, I think Tibbs don't lose.
Tibbs is all Tibbs shouting all the time. Which I wouldn't mind so much if it's only on the defensive side, but on the offensive side, you cannot do that. You got to
This would
call
make
the
a bigger
plays.
sense if there wasn't a 7-time national champion named Nick Saban who yells and screams all the time.
Yeah, but that's a different sport.
No, he said coaches in
I have
sports.
watched Nick Saban. I have watched
yells and
many.
screams and
I
yelling
have
his players all the time.
Many football games of Alabama. I don't see that. I don't see that.
I don't see that either.
I mean,
there's moments. I don't know what you
and
see,
then plus the environment is different. You're talking about playing outdoors with 100,000 people in the crowd. And Ben Simmons and our young Knicks players, to Nev's point, play indoors with a crowd of about 18,000 people. Why is Tibbs yelling at you? Why is Tibbs always yelling? Tibbs, why are you always yelling? I'm here to tell you, I think that's why Randall is fragile too. Like, I think it's affecting Julius Randle too. Like, Randall is not exempt. Tibbs doing all that yelling. Tibbs don't just yell at the kids. Tibbs yell at everybody. We go to the games. I saw him yelling at Randall, bro. I saw him walking by numerous in Atlanta. Me and Hoodie Kev saw Tom Thibodeau yell at Elfrid Payton to the point where Elfrid Payton walked over behind the Gatorade coolers that you don't see. Hoodie Kev, am I lying? You're not. When you go to the game, it's a big stack of Gatorade stuff that you don't see on the camera. Yeah. Right? It's tucked behind. Both benches have it. Right? It's right in the entranceway of most arenas. Right? They keep all the supplies lined up on that little entranceway, and they have like one person standing there guarding all the towels and the warm-ups and the drinks and all that stuff. Right? Thibodeau yelled at Elfrid Payton so much that Elfrid Payton went and hid, basically, right? And then he got on an exercise bike, and Elfrid Payton said something to Taj Gibson, and Taj Gibson cussed me, Hoodie Kev, Rob the Nick, Jay Boogie. We all saw it, bro. Tibbs yells at all these dudes all the time, right? And so what I'm saying, my only thing with
are you trying to say that the state of today's athlete is so fragile?
You direct that at Nev. Don't direct that at me.
I'm just saying. So it's not. So the psyche.
No.
Hold on. The psyche of today's athlete, who gets paid millions of dollars to do a job, is so. Here's the thing. I work in the hospitality.
No. Don't shift gears. Say your point.
Let me answer your question. It's not that their psyche.
Because you're saying they cannot take yelling and
hold
criticism.
on. Let me put that. Y'all not talking. Okay.
Let me answer your question. It's not that their psyche is fragile. It's that they are raised in a different environment than us. You know, my son has raised in a different environment where a coach like that you just won't find on the sideline. So it's not that they're fragile. The environment is different. We have to take that into consideration. The environment is not the same for us. We raised in a tougher environment. I raised where I had to fight for my fight at school. Guys coming at me. My kids, probably none of them. My two kids, probably none of them has had to deal with that. So we would able to take stuff like that. We were
Yeah.
able to they can build a tough mental tough exterior, a tough interior. We would able to take that because but these kids are not doing that. They go from high school to AA to whatever. They have somebody always there to to take
tell
care of
them
all
how
their
great they
needs.
are, and
That's not the same.
Here's a side story about me. I took two seasons
Hoodie
where
Kev, just tell us a story about yourself, man. Stop playing.
I am. I took 2 seasons. I coached 8th grade basketball. So about 11 year olds. 12 and 13 year olds. I coached middle school basketball. And my first season, I went to a championship game against the team coached against my former best friend. Now, these are 12 and 13-year-old kids. I cussed at them so bad all the time, especially that championship game. I lost my voice yelling and screaming at them kids. I made one kid cry and told him to go sit down. And then told their parents, yeah, I jack your kids up.
No, that's Hoodie Kev. That's because you Buttermaker. It's a different world.
But when was that, Hoodie Kev?
This was, God, like 10 years ago.
Try doing it now. How many parents going to sue you?
Hell, they wouldn't. I'm teaching their kids toughness. Okay? One,
I'm telling you, man.
I'm not about to sit here and say that a 24, 25, 26, 27-year-old adult does not know how to be mentally tough, to take critique in a different way. All right?
Okay.
Like, because here's the thing. These guys have been coached. I guarantee they have had coaches yell and scream at them. I guarantee that's happened.
I think the only
From
person I can
childhood
say
to now, that has always, I know, that has happened. They have had coaches yell, scream, cuss at them, whatever. Yes, it's not that they've gone their whole basketball since they picked up a basketball and it's, oh, you guys are so great. This is awesome. It's a cupcake. No.
But do you think that has happened for 48 minutes of a game? Do you think
I just saw a clip of Don Staley, the national championship reigning coach of South Carolina, tell a player to get her bleep in the paint. And guess what? The next play happened. That player got in the paint.
Yeah, but
but that's just to get your bleep in the paint for that moment. That's not
constant.
That's not a constant thing.
What does it? Okay, so
there's
after a while, here's the thing. After a while, you get used to it. It doesn't get harder. You get like, okay, this is who this is. Is that why am I taking? If it happens once, that's different. But if you know this is the situation going in, then that's what you get accustomed to.
But who is building our team mental toughness? This young players' mental toughness. I don't see it.
Whoever their banker is should be able to be one that's doing their mental toughness because they're getting paid $20 million to be mentally tough.
But everybody else in the NBA is getting paid the money, dude. It's not about the money because everybody else. When you're paying everybody else,
when you sign that contract, you know what you're getting into. Let's not pretend like these people live on Rainbow Island.
That's taking a short-sighted view. You cannot just. It's like me paying. It's my company paying me the money and everybody else, and expect us to perform the same. We don't all perform the same.
No, we don't always perform the same.
We don't. It's not going to happen.
Right.
It's not going to happen because we all get paid the same money.
Game and a pat on the head. That's what they need. They need to be pacified.
They don't need
that. In order for them to succeed, they need to be pacified. That's just the same, basically.
What they need is You want to tell them something. You want to correct them. You have every
You want
right
to give them
correct.
hugs and kisses on their forehead.
No.
Give them a little star on their
Hoodie
card.
Kev, what it is what you don't realize is Nev is talking about the yelling during the game. Bro, you don't know the extent of how much yelling this dude might be doing. Is he yelling like this in practices? Is he yelling like this in drills? Is he yelling all the time? Because if he is, then these kids not gonna perform, bro.
They tuning them out, just like you said in the chat.
Yeah. They're gonna tune them out, bro. It's like the perfect example. The perfect example of how it should work is Bobby Bowden. I remember I used to watch Bobby Bowden in the 80s. He used to always be yelling and flipping that straw hat and all type of stuff, right? When the 90s came, that dude was so charismatic. That dude used to call, "Hey, Peter, just score me a touchdown here, Peter." When he talked to Peter Ward. Yeah, and they started winning. Bro, I'm telling you, he went to a dude named Kevin Knox and was like, Knox said, "You know we're gonna throw you the ball, man. Just catch the ball." You know what I'm saying? This is him talking to Kevin Knox, right? And I don't expect people to remember who Kevin Knox is and who Pooh Bear Williams is and who Warwick Dunn is and Tamrick Vanover and Peter Warwick and Snoop Menace. I don't expect people to remember all of them, right? But what I'm saying is like what Nev is saying, all this yelling all the time, bro, at some point, this thing get old, bro. If you got to constantly yell, then that means the stuff that you said yesterday was ignored.
It didn't take.
Yeah. Right. If you got to constantly yell your instructions, that means either your instructions are whack and they chose to do something different, or they just tuned you out altogether.
Yeah, it's like you got a nail and you keep hammering it in, but you can't get it in all the way. Right. And then tomorrow, the next day, you can keep trying to hammer it in the same hammer. Hell no, you're gonna get different hammer.
Right. Try something different.
Yeah.
Nev, I agree with you. I agree with you on that part. What I don't, and I'm not just being adversarial to Hoodie Kev, right? But I do think today's athletes are different. Mental illness and things are real. Anxiety, which is the thing that Ben Simmons is one of Ben Simmons's challenges, is a real thing. And NBA players on different teams like Kevin Love, DeMar DeRozan, Ben Simmons have all come out and says, yo, it's not about the money. It's about the situations. If these situations get you in high anxiety, bro, you can't function. It's not a mental, it's not a weakness. It's a condition. Yo, you just can't help it when it happens. You know what I'm saying? Now, should you get tougher? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is I do a small YouTube channel and you know what I'm saying, I like to think it's popping and I have people that I rock with that I really like rocking with, right? There are people out there that just don't like me because I'm Uncle Freezy. They send me stupid stuff on IG. You know what I'm saying? They just do that just for the sake of doing it. Does it bother me? No. Right? But if a troll just came in a chat and just came after, say, one person, it may bother that person. And you got to respect that person's feelings. You can't just say, man, get tough. Get tough, man. Yeah. Nah, man, you got to respect what the person is going through. I used to do it with Hoodie Kev. Cats used to come at Hoodie Kev all the time. And I used to just boot people off the channel, boot them off the channel, boot them off the channel, boot them off the channel. But then Hoodie Kev come in today and say, well, Ben Simmons, he need to be tough. Nah, bro. I mean, I get where you're coming from, Kev. But, bro, come on. You got to show some compassion here, bro.
I mean, there's a fine line between coaching tough and just being a buffoon the whole time.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, in your moments when it's a big situation, like just to reiterate kind of what you said, if he's having to yell this much and try to take control so much in a game, what is he doing at practice then?
What was he doing at practice?
If you got to try that hard during the game to coach him up, What are you doing during practice? That obviously the way you're sending the message at practice ain't hammering it home.
Right.
To do it for them to do it right in the game.
I can't believe that I'm about to do this, but I am. And I can't believe I'm doing this. Has Tom Thibodeau changed who he is? Or has he always been this person?
He has always been this person.
Yeah. So he's always been this person, right?
Right.
Yes.
We would sit here and say that Tom Thibodeau is a pretty accomplished coach, right? We could probably say that.
To some extent, yeah.
Accomplished
He's
what?
won two.
I know the point you're about to make.
Has he won an NBA championship with this method?
No,
has he won?
He hasn't.
Has
he won two Coach of the Years? One with this organization.
Tony won Coach of the Year too.
I'm just saying, did he not win? Hold on. Did Tom Thibodeau win Coach of the Year? Did Tom Thibodeau win Coach of the Year
and
have a team? Yes, I said accomplished.
Right.
Accomplished does not mean
successful.
I'm Greg Popovich. Greg Popovich is the only accomplished coach.
You don't yell the whole game.
No, what I'm saying is we can sit here and agree that Tom Thibodeau is an accomplished coach.
In the past.
We can agree that the fact is 2 years ago, Tom Thibodeau won Coach of the Year with the same team, right?
Okay.
2 years ago, Tom Thibodeau was fourth in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah.
Tom Thibodeau, 2 years ago, everybody was in love with Tom Thibodeau.
No, objection, Your Honor.
No.
Speculation.
No.
The vast majority of Knicks fans were in love with Tom Thibodeau because guess what?
That's much better.
Because Tom Thibodeau was winning. And like the old saying is,
winning what?
Winning mass
championship.
Everything.
See, and now I know why you want a cat here so bad.
Nobody had a problem.
You want guys that win individual awards.
No. Nobody sat here and had a problem with Tom Thibodeau yelling from the tip-off to the final buzzer 2 years ago.
Okay.
It wasn't a big deal 2 years ago.
Let
it's
me
a
tell
big
you
deal
something.
now because the result that the team is having is not the same.
But
Tom Thibodeau has not changed who he was from 2 years ago.
Can I get a word in?
Go ahead, because if I said something that's wrong, I'm just going to make a point, but it's not.
No, I'm not going to say. I don't know. I'm not going to say you said something wrong, but I'm going to tell you what I told John Macquarie. Where after Tom Thibodeau won the Coach of the Year, I asked John on one of his shows that if Tom Thibodeau can go back to school to learn the offensive side of the ball, because I thought that was his weakness. His weakness was the offensive side. He didn't have an offensive game.
Goalposts now. You said the problem is Tom Thibodeau is yelling from the starting tip-off to the final buzzer. Now his weakness is offensive play calling. No, I will not have you move the goalpost. Because when you first started this, it was not anything about him being an offensive mind. It was because he didn't know how he yelled at his players. So now do not come here and change the goalpost.
He said he didn't want them yelling during the offense.
Your question, Hoodie Kev. That's your question. I'm saying.
No.
You said nobody. You said everybody was jubilant about him winning and accepting him. I'm trying to tell you, no, it wasn't the case. Because after you won it, I actually asked Macquarie, because I have a subscription to it. And I actually asked him if this coach can go back to school to learn the offensive end. Because he wasn't an offensive. That's not an offensive system. Even today, it's still not an offensive system. You know, what he's doing is not offensive. An offensive
This is not the NFL.
It's offensive now.
It's offensive.
All right. I was thinking the same.
In basketball, you know that too. In basketball, an offensive substance.
What town is that basketball school, that coaching school at?
You can. This isn't the NFL where you have two different sides of the ball, two different teams. when a different five doesn't keep rotating on and off the court, whatever side of the court you're on. So to sit here and say that Tom, and I can't believe I'm even doing this, to sit here and say that Tom Thibodeau, who's been in the NBA for 40 years now,
the game's passing by,
does not know how to adequately coach basketball. Tom Thibodeau probably has forgotten more basketball.
Would you say Bill?
Whatever.
Would you say Bill Parcells is a great coach?
So
do I think that Bill Parcells is a great coach?
You can sit here
Nev, hold
right now and say that offensive system is actually an NBA level offensive system.
I don't think so. I don't think
it isn't.
Okay, then. So why are you arguing for the guy? That's the point.
So I'm not arguing for Tom Thibodeau. I'm arguing that your point is ridiculous.
Why am I?
Because if you want to sit here and talk about the merits of Tom Thibodeau, then we can talk about the merits of Tom Thibodeau. But when you say he's losing it because he's yelling at his players, then that is what I have a problem with.
Okay, then you tell me.
Because we can't sit here and say that it has changed from 2 years ago.
Which one of our young players that exceed expectation? Can you tell me which one of our young players that have exceed expectation? Just one. Just name me one, please.
What is exceeding expectations? Whose expectations?
Just, you know what? They're from their talent level to where they came from to playing compared to all the young players about their same how many years they've been in the league to the minutes they get in, any player on this team.
Hey man, you think Jim Howell was a great coach? You think Jim Howell was a great coach, Hoodie Kev? No, you don't think so? You ain't never heard of him?
No, I don't know who that is.
Well, okay, Jim Howell used to coach the New York Giants. You know who his offensive coordinator was?
Who was that?
Vince Lombardi. You know who his defensive coordinator was? Tom Landry.
Oh, it's a coaching tree.
Right now, it wasn't a coaching tree. Those dudes did their job so well that the head coach looked like a great. But you know what happened when Vince Lombardi left to coach the Packers? And Tom Landry went to go coach the expansion Dallas Cowboys in 1960?
Dynasties.
Jim Howell got fired. Right. So I say that I say that to say this. Right. I understand what you're saying, defending Tibbs and all that stuff. Right. But what I'm saying to you is Nev is right, bro. On Nev is right, and Nev is right because if Tibbs coaches these kids in practice and yells, in the pregame he does the game plan, right? And then the game starts, he's got to yell instructions. That means a bunch of things. That means either the other coach has outfoxed Tibbs, and Tibbs has got to yell new orders because the standing orders aren't working, or the players are not implementing his instructions, or one guy is not doing something that the other guys are doing, and he wants to keep them all in concert.
Right.
My question is this, and I'll go back to this. Was Tibbs yelling 2 years ago when we were blowing teams out?
Yes.
And we were blowing teams out. And I saw this. You and I saw this. We would be up by 25, 30 points, and Tibbs would be yelling, barking, and whatever. And we're like, what is he doing? We're up by 25 points with a minute to go. And he's just yelling, right?
Right.
That's just Tibbs.
Maybe that's just who he is. No, it doesn't have to do with the X's and O's of it. Maybe as a person, that's who it is. And if you are around, hold on. Yes, I'll tell you why. Because neither Coach or you or Uncle Freezy or me are around Tom Thibodeau. But the people who are around, like case in point, Uncle Freezy knows who I am. So he can say that's just Kev being Kev because he knows me. He's been around me. Other people may not know me. They may not know how to take me. They're like, oh, he's aggressive. And he's this and this and this because they haven't been around me. Maybe when you are the players, because they are always around Tom Thibodeau, no, like that's just coach. Because the players aren't saying anything. The players are coming to his defense like, no, that's Tom Thibodeau. That's just who his personality is. But us on the outside just see him yelling and barking and screaming and all the time like he's crazy. But if that's who he is and this is the people around you, they know him, then maybe it's not a problem to them because that's just coach.
Right.
Brunson's even.
You may be right. You may be right if they were performing at a high level. The mere fact they're not performing at a high level,
but here's the thing. Again, if Tom Thibodeau hasn't changed who he is, no, he doesn't have to change. Tom Thibodeau just won the coach of the year. No, Tom Thibodeau just won coach of the year 2 years ago, and he's the exact same person.
Right. The thing is, he's not going to change.
It's not working.
He's not going to change. How did the same thing work 2 years ago? But maybe it's not him. Maybe it's not him. Maybe it's the product that's on the court.
Good. I will tell you. If my father shouted at me the first 5 years, it's okay. Next 5 years, it might not be okay.
Right.
Okay? That's, because I am growing to be a man. The shouting should come down.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
The shouting should come down. They are growing to be adults.
They were already adults.
We got it now.
They didn't become adults.
No,
what are you talking about?
No,
Julius Randle is like 20 years old.
Hey, coach,
they
hold on.
don't all have the basketball IQ as some of these players.
How do you know what that basketball IQ is?
Because
they are professional basketball players. As soon as you become in the league, that your basketball IQ, you cannot sit here and say they do not have basketball IQ.
Kev, I work in tech. It takes experience, dude. Experience. It takes me experience to do what I am doing better than everybody else. That's what it takes. You cannot take a 1 year, 2 year guy and give him the level of a 10-year guy. It's not possible.
Have you ever heard of a man? Have you ever heard of LeBron James? He came in the league. He came in the league with high expectations.
Because LeBron had exceptional talent. He had exceptional talent.
It's exceptional talent. So
which
one is it?
Exceptional talent.
Which one is it? Because you just sat here and said you had to be in the league for a certain amount of time. So now
So here's the thing. Here's the thing I want to say to y'all, right? So Hoodie Kev is basically saying that Tom Thibodeau 2 years ago, when he won the Coach of the Year award, was a good coach with yelling because he played Alec Burks and Reggie Bullock over Kevin Knox. Hoodie Kev just over this last hour just
became a Tibbs apologist.
Yeah, he became a Tibbs apologist. All of a sudden, he loves Reggie Bullock and Alec Burks.
Got him.
And Alfred Payton. Right? I'm just saying. Kev, we keep receipts, Coach. What did we say? I got receipts.
Yeah. I
got receipts. Right. So now Hoodie Kev is pounding the table for Reggie Bullock and Alec Burks playing over Kevin Knox. You're welcome. You're welcome, Hoodie Kev. You just argued.
I hope I remember my good point I was about to make.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Coach.
No, go ahead. I'm just saying it out loud. I'm hoping I remember it. But look, to sum up your guys' both eloquent arguments. Okay, as another bystander, you're both right because Tibbs is Tibbs. He's been yelling. He's going to stay yelling, period. Now, for some reason, it's not working with this group that's here. So, the front office knows Tibbs is Tibbs. He's always going to be Tibbs. He's going to be yelling all the time. So you got to make it your due diligence as an organization to bring in players that fit his style, that can deal with that yelling and all that stuff, okay? That's where the front office failed. It's not the players failing for being soft because there's some players that can handle that vibe. Point being Jalen Brunson has been interviewed about Tibbs. That's Tibbs' boy. He's grown up around Tibbs. He's said it himself. Oh, that's just Tibbs. He signs off on Tibbs. He's okay with Tibbs yelling and all that because that's the environment that Jalen Brunson was brought up in, and he's used to that style. So it don't bother Brunson. And if you look at who's playing well on our team consistently the most, it's who? Jalen Brunson. So all that yelling's not bothering him because he's used to it and he's signing off on it. So the point that I agree with Nev about is there are some players on this team, for whatever reason, don't fit that style, don't fit Tibbs' style. And this is what the hell we've been talking about for the last 3 hours after the game. We've already said a whole piece on this. He's not the right fit for this group.
Maybe not.
So it's not that all these players are soft. He's the last of a dying breed of coaches in this league.
What type of breed is it, coach?
It's a dying breed. It's just the way it is. I'm an old. Hey, you got some background noise. Somebody.
Oh, that might be me. Is that me?
Yeah, that's you.
Is that me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, hold on. Let me fix it.
So like, no, hold on a second. Oh, I just heard y'all for about 15, 20 minutes go back and forth.
Hour.
Just give me about 5 minutes, cuz for real. All right, here we go. My turn into 10. So no one's more old school than this dude. Okay, I'm 47 years old. I'm an old school, big, oversized running back. I'm tough as there is. Okay, I've also, as you see in my name, Coach Malpeak. I've coached football, basketball, soccer. I've coached baseball. I've coached everything, but my main sport's football and a little bit of basketball. No one was brought up in the era any more than I was in being coached tough. You know, you don't get a drink of water, that makes you weak. You know, that whole mentality and getting yelled at all the time and all that stuff. When I first
on the saddle.
Yeah.
Blood on the saddle.
When I first got brought up being coached, when I started coaching, that's all I knew. So I started coaching that way. And I was mean and yelling all the time. And I got through to some players, you know. But after a while, I see the world's changing a little bit. The way some of the kids are and the environment, they're a little more thinkers and they've been brought up differently, like Ned was saying. They don't respond to that. So I had to adapt, just like in nature and sports, you adapt or die. So you either adapt to your environment and adapt to the world that's changing around you, or hit the road, Jack. That or you die. That's what it comes down to. It happens in every sport. We all think Bill Parcells was great. There's all these great NFL coaches, NBA coaches that have come and gone. It's because they got older, the clientele and the players passed them by, and that stuff don't work no more around here. And Tibbs is the last of that breed. So whatever, if it's valid or not, or us old hats want to accept it or not, it's true. The players are a little softer nowadays, mentality-wise, because they're not used to it like we were. That's just the God honest truth. So in the end, we got Tibbs. We don't have the right players that fits Tibbs, and it's the front office's fault. So that's my take.
And that's
on
why
the
Tibbs is yelling.
Let me ask you a question. How many of you?
No, I ain't answering no questions, man. Just say what you got to say.
How many people on this panel are baseball fans?
I am.
Okay,
not as much.
Let me ask you. Hold on.
I'm
about to say something.
Why you ask us if we baseball fans, man? You trying to come?
Yeah,
because I'm about to say something.
And I'm a Mets fan. That's tough.
If you sign a contract with the New York Yankees, right? And I'm crazy, and I see his face. He knows I'm going. If you sign a contract with the New York Yankees, let's say case for Jason Giambi, or how many other people, you know you can't have facial hair with the Yankees. You know you had to dress a certain way with the New York Yankees.
Okay.
To play with the New York Yankees.
So what?
Now the Yankees have been an organization since 100 some years now, but that's always been something, and it hasn't changed, and it's not going to change. because you know what you're signing up when you sign on the dotted line to become a New York Yankee.
What if you get
So
traded?
maybe.
Yeah, but how's that applicable here?
We've
established nothing here
to
make anyone do anything.
You have to adapt to the culture that you are coming into, because whether you sign it or get traded, this is the exception. This is the expectation when you put on this uniform. Now, I like to believe.
Bad point.
Again, it is definitely not. You know who Tom Thibodeau is.
Because these players don't play for the New York Thibodeaus.
Right.
They don't play for the New York Thibodeaus. They play for the New York Knicks.
Let's not pretend like the head coach isn't the CEO of
whatever
organization.
He's not the CEO. No, Dolan is the CEO.
Listen, you know what I mean. James Dolan ain't coming down calling plays.
No, you mean
James Dolan might not even be in the garden most of the time.
Tom Thibodeau is the head coach of the New York Knicks. He is nothing elevated more than that. That's it.
And the head coach has autonomy of what goes on.
Thibodeau is
not in every organization.
You know why? Because when a player has a contract issue, they don't go to Tom Thibodeau. They go to the general manager. Tom Thibodeau is only the boss on the court. That's it.
Exactly. You made my own. He is the boss on the court.
On the court.
Of the product.
Not of the product. He the boss.
No, the product is what's on the court, right?
All right. The product. If the product does bad, does Tim fire himself?
He can resign.
Well, all I gotta say, if Tom Thibodeau wants to be in this league, and if Tom Thibodeau wants to be in the league any longer as a coach, he should change his ways. If he wants to get another job, if he wants to get another job after he gets fired, he should change his ways. Because
I don't believe another franchise is going to hire him to be
because another franchise is not going to put up with this, what he's doing. And nobody. Excuse me, I'm a frizzy.
No, there's another franchise is not going to put up with this mess that Tibbs does.
Exactly.
The only team he could coach right now is probably the Lakers.
Maybe. Yeah, coach. You're right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the only team he can kind of coach like that.
Because all of them are old, and they're going to set aside their egos to try to win a championship.
That's it.
But the thing is, I can't believe all of a sudden Hoodie Kev is loving Tom Thibodeau and from 2 years ago.
Clip it.
Definitely not.
No.
I told myself as a disclaimer. I said I can't believe that I'm doing
Nev
this.
the Destroyer, did Hoodie Kev not argue with you about the stuff that Tibbs used to do 2 years ago? Yeah. So Hoodie Kev, that tells me that Hoodie Kev loved the way
could have sworn I put a disclaimer in there.
Kevin Knox, and
we must have missed that.
Reggie Bullock. So now Hoodie Kev loves Reggie Bullock and Alec Burks.
Kevin Knox issue didn't start with Tibbs. The Kevin Knox issue started with David Fizdale, or as I like to say, he who may not be named.
Yes, please. I agree. I agree with you. I agree with you there, boss. He who should not be named. He should not even be thought about.
Remember that game?
Older than him.
You know what's funny, Hoodie Kev? You want to hold David Fizdale accountable, but not Tibbs.
David Fizdale was God.
That was a low blow.
No.
Sick burn.
Let me tell you why.
I didn't even know Nev had it in for Hoodie Kev. I thought they were going to be on the same side.
And I'm going to go
Nev
for a
the
story.
Destroyer just hit Hoodie Kev with a bolo shot.
No. You can never compare Tom Thibodeau to David Fizdale because
Hoodie Kev.
Hold on. And I'll tell you why. Hold on. Let me tell you why you can't.
I'm just not used to you taking haymakers. I got to jump in and do an intervention.
No, let me tell you why you can't. You can't. No, let me tell you why you can't compare Tom Thibodeau to David Fizdale. Because if the game is on the line, Tom Thibodeau is going to write a play down to hopefully win the game. David Fisdale, with a few seconds left to win the game, on a clipboard on national TV, wrote the word, Uncle Freezy,
Together.
What's
the play, Coach? We down by 1 with 3 seconds left. What's the play? This Mighty Ducks MFO wrote the word together on the clipboard.
That was his play.
Oh my God!
Wow.
He may as well have drawn a snowman on the clipboard, Joe. Like a small circle.
A heart.
And then
so that is why you can never compare
and I would never, if somebody had told me that, I would never have believed it, except ABC's camera was over the top and they showed it as he was writing.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God.
And he turned the clipboard up. He held the clipboard up and said, together.
Oh, my God, bro. Coach, when I saw it, I'll never forget. I was sitting in my living room, right? Sitting in my living room, and I'm like, yo, this is what they paid this man for. This is a clutch moment. We playing a rival on a Sunday night game, the Sunday night game. I mean, the Sunday afternoon game on ABC, the 1 o'clock game. Doris Burke is there. Everybody, you got 2 future stars of the NBA. Kevin Knox on one side, a second-year Jason Tatum on the other side. And these 2 guys are trying to go at each other. And Kevin Knox had destroyed Ben Simmons, and he about to hit the game-winning shot. And this dude writes the word together on a whiteboard and shows it to everybody in the huddle.
The funniest thing about it is the look on
Marcus Morris.
Yeah.
Marcus Morris's face. Marcus Morris looked like.
Am I the G or the T? Which one am I?
Yeah, Coach, all the air goes out of Marcus Morris. Right when he show him the thing, Marcus Morris is like,
how come there's only 8 letters there? I thought there's like 10 guys on the court at once.
Look, and I'm being serious. That literally happened. You saw him just deflate.
8 letters together?
This is my coach.
This is my coach. This is my. What in the world are we doing out here?
Together is. Let's play all our power forwards in the lineup together.
Let's run the wishbone. That's what we do. That's basically what we do. We running the wishbone, bro. In 2022, we running the wishbone.
Yep.
Never in my life have I ever seen.
And I have never seen a player be so dejected in a game in all my. I saw Joel Embiid cry after Kawhi Leonard hit the game winner. Remember the shot that went around, and then it went down against Philly, and Joel Embiid just started crying on the spot. But I have never seen anybody as emotionally dejected as Marcus Morris in that moment, bro.
Was it Markieff or Marcus that got yoked by Jokic from behind?
The other one, Markieff.
Okay, so the Morris brothers have been the recipient of the 2 most saddening instances.
Yes, bro.
Like in between plays, Markieff getting sent to the in the stretcher from Jokic after the play, getting yoked in the back, and then his brother getting disappointed by the together play.
Oh my God, bro!
On the whiteboard.
And coach, and you know what it is when we knew the Knicks were tanking, right? But the Boston Celtics were our rivals, and they had young players, right? They had I think it was a third year Jaylen Brown who hadn't popped yet. They had a second year Jason Tatum who showed promise as a rookie, right? And we had a Kevin Knox who was the rookie of the month for the month of December going into January. So like all
Kevin Knox and Jason Tatum.
Yeah,
people were saying.
But all these young players on the court at the same time, you think something's gonna happen. And then David Fisdale happens.
That's a basketball genius, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Oh God, look at his.
Yeah.
Look at his freaking avatar.
I bet he is. I bet
And
he
now in that
is.
picture, listen, when that picture was taken, they were losing by 28 points.
Yes, and he is
We're
cheesing.
losing by 38, man. 100 to 62.
Yes.
Professor
He's just
Fizz.
like, what is wrong with you?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's
And
the
so
smile you put on when the check don't clear every 2 weeks, regardless.
yep.
Hey, CA Mafia in the chat. You got a good point, bro. This is how crazy we are. We up at 3 a.m. talking about a losing team. Imagine if we was actually a contender. You know what? If we was a
You'd
contender,
probably
I'd
be
be asleep.
asleep.
I'd be asleep because I wouldn't be up worried about this
Right.
crap.
Hey, Hoodie Kev. This is why I tell like not the new guys because they ain't new, but compared to where we come from, right? That's why I'm telling like Coach the craziness. See, the thing is, nights like the night the Knicks clinched the playoff berth, bro. I think we rocked to like 6 o'clock in the morning.
Oh yeah,
right.
God,
And the
I would
night
love
that we
that.
clinched the 4 seed, when we knew we got the tiebreaker, when we knew that we might be, because we didn't know who we were going to face. We didn't know if we were going to face Atlanta as the 5 seed or the 4 seed, right? But when I think Atlanta lost to whoever finished 6th, Atlanta lost to them.
The
I think it
Heat.
might have been
The Heat.
yeah. So Charlotte lost to them, which drew them into a 3-way tie. But we had the tiebreaker over everybody, right? And so that right, because Atlanta could have knocked us out, but since they lost, bro, we was up. I think we jumped on. We did like a 6-hour show, like 6 hours and 30 minutes, bro. And that's what I'm saying. And Donovan Mitchell during the summer, like right before y'all, bro, we used to do 5-hour shows like it was nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like right before y'all came in the door, bro, we was like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Blah, 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 blah. So if you can imagine.
Mind you, that 6-7 hours, 2.5 of those hours was, God, I love him. My drunk uncle Rob the Nick just rambling on about just random things.
Hold on.
2.5 hours out of 7, he's just rambling on about something, and it's like, I don't even know what you're talking about right now, Rob.
Rob the Nick. I'm gonna see him Friday in Charlotte too, by the way, which would be dope. It's gonna be a small reunion of us, man. I'm gonna take pictures and put it on the channel, and take some video and put it up. But I can't wait until February 7th in Orlando, when the crew get together in Orlando, Florida, bro. That is gonna be so dope.
My phone.
That is gonna be so dope, man. I mean, I generally can't, man. But y'all,
we need to start coordinating that, bro.
Yeah, let me. Hey, Coach, I'm gonna get with you on that today. You got to work tonight.
Yeah, later tonight.
Okay. All right.
But
I'll probably.
But it's only one day, then I'll be off 3 days again.
Okay. So I'll get with you on that type of on that stuff. We need to do a promo to see who all come in and all that stuff, man, so that we can. But anyway, I'm gonna get out of here so that I can jump back up. I got some stuff to do. I got to do at 8 o'clock. So
I want to get with you about doing a coach's corner this week too.
Okay, we got to do them twice a week, bro. Can you do them twice a week?
Man, that's a commitment. Nah, I'm just playing. Yeah, man, we'll get it. Now I wanted to get my mic. Now I got a mic, got my computer.
Yeah, and the plus it's only like 25 minutes. All I'm doing is turning the mic on and letting you go. So
I'm gonna try to get a little green screen.
Oh
eventually.
Boy.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna try to do legit.
You were messing with it before. The little effect, the camera effect.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna get out of here, man. Thank y'all everybody for coming through. These 4 hours have flown by. I didn't think we rocked this long.
Yeah.
But we did.
It was definitely a good conversation.
Appreciate Hoodie Kev coming through and trying to knock everybody's head off when he first come in the door with no salutations, nothing. Just come in swinging axes like an old school movie. So, but thank you everybody. We out of here, y'all. Peace.